Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and this is the Ruthless Invitational Showdown 10. Of course, brought to you by Ruthless Esports. My name's Contra, and joining alongside me is Sir Cloud. Welcome to day 2 of all the action here as we bring you some of the best that PUBG Mobile Esports have to offer.
Oh yeah, and today is day number 2 of our playoff series, and if any of you were nervous about your team's performance in day number 1, don't worry, we still have a lot more days to go, so anything can happen. You know, this is PUBG Mobile. It's all about consistency. There's always opportunity for teams to make comebacks, so yeah, tons more days to go. And let's not forget as well, since this is the playoff, the objective is to be in the top 16 to be in the grand finals. So as long as you're in the top 16, which is a lot of slots, the team will be fine.
True enough, and of course, that being said, there are a lot of all these squads who will have to claw their way out in the sense where they're currently separated into 3 different groups. So some of these guys, if they really want to make a deep run, they got to start working harder. It was just day 1, what we saw yesterday, where a lot of teams from SCA have been able to secure themselves some chicken dinners to be able to leapfrog their way here into day 2. But I still think that it's going to be a really close fight because we got names like REINCE Esports and even DRS, who's going to be pretty close to the tally while we take a look at the leaderboards later on.
Yeah, so the leaderboard will tell some form of a story of what happened yesterday. But today is day number 2. So yesterday, as usual, day number 1, everyone would have had a feel of like, oh, how everyone plays, you know, warm themselves up, you know, just like any other gamer, right? If you don't do well on day 1, you can tell yourself like, okay, it's warm up round, you know. But so if they take that as a warm up round, that's cool, because you still have a lot more days to go. And again, the objective is to be in the top 16. So we can expect like some of the teams, especially who are currently on page number 3 or maybe in page number 2, to be able to come up with a good performance today.
True enough, and of course, it is going to be a really good practice for them to be keeping themselves in shape for the upcoming major tournaments to go. So this is definitely one of the best platforms to do so. So I can't wait to actually find out what happens from here on. I mean, we have, you know, maybe a couple of months away before EWC happens, and I'm pretty much hopeful that those teams from all across the world will be really gearing up, and this is just scratching the surface and maybe shaking off some rust. So that being said, I want to see some of these teams to really put the pedal to the metal to show us what they got.
Yeah, we can say that this is the off-season tournament, right? So it's an opportunity for the teams to refine or to maybe even like get their lineup in shape. I know a lot of these teams, they had a lot of transfers over the transfer period season, so they want to get the chemistry in with the team, because it's always a debate whenever a team does perform in a official tournament. But speaking about officials, so the official scoring system, you would know this by now, by heart that is, whereby the chicken dinner winner will score 10 points per round. Second place will be 6 points. Third place, 5 points. Fourth place, 4 points. Fifth place, 3 points. Sixth place, 2 points. 7th to 8th will be 1 point. Anything further than that, unfortunately, will not get any points based on the placements, but they are still eligible to get elimination points.
That's right, and majority of all these teams, they are just going to aim for a lot of all these frags in order to score maximum points. And even if despite some of them crashing out early, they could still maybe churn, you know, up to double digit if they're gonna have a great run overall. So we'll definitely have to see who's gonna be amping up their firepower for today. And speaking of which, of course, this is our match schedule, as we will have a lot of days to play out, just like you mentioned before. So during the league stage, we have the entirety of this week for them to play out. And then, of course, once the playoffs is over, we'll have to see who makes it into the grand finals for 4 back-to-back days of a showdown.
Oh yeah, we have 6 days in total for the playoffs, right? So today is only in day number 2. And when we talk about the format, so for the playoffs, we will feature 24 teams. divided into 3 different groups. They will be playing for the 6 days in the playoffs, 6 matches every day. But not every team will play all 6 matches. So it will be in a round robin format, divided as you can see here on screen. Match 1 will be A and B together with match 4. Match 2 and 5 will be A and C. Match 3 and 6 will be B and C. So only the best 16 teams from the playoffs will move on to the grand final starting from 18th of May to the 21st of May, whereby we'll feature the best 16 teams played across 4 days, 6 matches every day. And that will be the time where they will play all the matches per day.
That's right, and I'm just really getting myself back into shape as well, because it's been a while since I've been jumping back into the PUBG Mobile Esports world, where I've been caught up for a little bit. Since you did mention, some of all these teams to be getting into their groove. So back in day 1, what was particularly the highlight of what went on coming into the concluded matches?
Well, perhaps we can say that the team that scored the one and only double chicken dinner, or the most chicken dinners so far, is VOIN Donkey. They scored 2 chicken dinners yesterday. They are currently the only team with 2 chicken dinners, and they did it in day 1 within the 4 games that they played. So that is pretty impressive, right? Like, it's a 50% hit rate for VOIN Donkey. So they're doing really well so far. But you know who else is doing pretty well? It's our overall MVP as of now. And this is Killer YT from DRS.
He's always hitting the mark, and back in day 1, he's already earning 13 elimination points. What more can he do for today? I think that he's just about getting started. So that being said, it's always how sharp he actually goes in to really be the front line of the offense for the side of DRS. Therefore, he has put some of the highest damage on the block. So we'll see who will be able to match up to Killer YT, as DRS is hoping to race to the finish line with this man leading the charge.
Yeah, besides the Killer YT, these other players are also just getting started, like what you said. Sky from HORAA Esports coming in at number 2. Number 3 is going to be Ruthless from REINCE. And number 4 is Supreme from HORAA Esports as well. And number 5 is Razak from VOIN Donkey. So with the fact that these 2 players representing HORAA Esports are on the road to MVP, I guess without even looking at the overall charts, you can probably have an idea that HORAA Esports is doing not too bad. So far, it's no chicken dinner, no problem for HORAA Esports.
That's right. I think that traditionally HORAA Esports have always looked to frag out, and that's going to be their modus operandi, as Sky is already catching up to Killer YT. It's also great to actually see Supreme to be also lending a hand towards the entirety of HORAA Esports to have his name here on the list. Now, what's interesting to note is that on number 5, other than some of the MVP runners that we had earlier, we also see Kasim, who's going to be putting his name up there, aka Jimmy OP, I do believe, who's been able to actually match the same number of elimination points together alongside with Ruthless and Supreme.
Yeah, as always, these players, they like to use pseudonyms during the off-season, so for whatever reason that is. And no pseudo here, as the points are quite clear-cut. VOIN Donkey with the number chicken dinner, they're currently at number 1. In fact, they share the same amount of points with HORAA Esports, but because they scored the 2 chicken dinners, so that's the tiebreaker between them and HORAA Esports to put them at that number 1 spot. And HORAA Esports, no chicken dinner, no problem. Currently at number 2, but it's only day 1 still.
That's right, and we're looking at the second page right here with many of all these names hailing from SEA, who's currently keeping up to speed. And of course, we do have the inclusion of AST and 4 tries over on to 11 as well as 12 respectively. Following very closely, as well as we can see, the Savior currently with those 18 points have been able to have a late surge, so we'll expect them to keep pushing just like how the rest of the pack did. Now, some of these guys may have not get to see too much of all these actions just yet, but today we'll definitely feature them a whole lot more. That being said, Todak, FaZe Clan, they're starting things off slowly. Same goes alongside with the rest of Alter Ego, Pubg Esports, as well as Blue Spot. So the Indonesian teams, they are looking to see if they could ramp up ahead here in day 2.
Yeah, and some of these names might be a surprise for you to see them like, oh, what are they doing at page number 3, like FaZe Clan and VOIN Esports. But then again, it's only day number 1. So, like what we mentioned earlier on, there's plenty more days to go. And these teams will be playing in a round-robin format divided into Group A, B, and C. Meaning that if you don't see your favorite team playing in this particular round, there's a chance they could come back in the following round.
True enough, and moving into these rounds, we'll start things off with Group A versus Group B. So that being said, it is going to be some pretty stacked names when it comes down to some of all these showdowns moving into our first map. Hot favorites, HORAA Esports is going to be up online, and on Group B, DRS as well. So, oh, I don't know who to pick right now for these predictions. Have you scored any predictions yet so far?
Well, I'll leave that as a surprise. How many have I? Have I not? Have production scored like 10 predictions, right? Yeah, I'll leave that as a surprise. But what I can say is that the in usual Ruthless Invitational Showdown fashion, it's always not easy to guess which team will score the chicken dinner. So who would it be? Who will score that one chicken dinner in the first map, which is going to be Erangel?
Well, Erangel have definitely seen the love all these teams thrive, and at the very same time, certain teams still making certain adjustments as well. So the last we saw coming into day 1, I do believe it was REINCE Esports that did manage to secure the first map of the day. Will they follow along with the trend? I'm not too sure if that's going to be the case, but I certainly do hope that we get to see a lot more of that involvement. Is, you know, if you guys were wondering who exactly is REINCE Esports, well, look no further than 4 Miracle Vibes, as those are the members coming from the team, and now looking for, I guess, a new organization to join alongside them.
Well, thanks to them as well. I scored my first prediction correct. So here's the official number and the number and the number.
Anytime now.
I was hoping to just, flex it when I say it and it comes up, but okay. But anyway, all right, that's a spoiler there, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. So REINCE Esports, thanks to them, I scored the first prediction right. Have you had your prediction thought out?
I have a rough idea. I'm just kind of torn between, HORAA or DRS. But I think, to kick things off, I think that DRS is going to be a pretty good shout, especially when we're playing in Erangel at the moment. So that's going to be my pick here for game 1.
Okay, Contra locking in DRS, Daryl Soldiers. Okay, there you go. Let's make it official. All right. Well, I didn't particularly lock in REINCE Esports, but that's fine. Okay, that's fine. No problem going again with them. Production, let's see. What are they up to this time? Oh, of course, right? The fan favorites, HORAA Esports, has to be here somewhere. You cannot have a day without HORAA Esports being predicted.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, whenever you have Red Queen on board, or, time to time, I would also drop in the vote for esports. I mean, why not? You'd see 2 names on the list of the MVPs that they're running for those high frags. Certain times where they don't even score those chicken dinners, they always really achieve a whole lot of points altogether. So it is definitely an option that's going to be pretty safe. Looking at the trends, though, Southeast Asia, they're definitely thriving back in day 1. This is the reason why I'm starting things off with the non-SEA teams for the first part, and then later on I'm probably gonna drop a D-Saver kind of pick up somewhere, because they're usually late activators from the looks of the previous NOCs, the previous RIS. So I guess that's definitely one that's on top of my head right now.
Oh, you're dropping a spoiler too early. Okay,
I'm not telling you which game.
Okay, that's cool. But Okay, now that you've already mentioned that, right, there must be at least one D-Saber. If there's no D-Saber at all from Contra, we're gonna lock that in because, you know, we're on broadcast, so it's all recorded. If there's no at least one D-Saber from Contra today, if he chooses to back up for whatever reason, you're buying the entire production dinner.
Okay. I'll just choose the saver next game if that's the case, just to save myself a little bit more of that money. I mean, I don't mind, but like, how do I actually order something to send everyone a meal in Nepal? Somebody has got to tell me, you know. But you know, we can always go out for dinner right after the show or so. That to be said, while we're waffling, you guys can also put in your own predictions as you can actually hype up not only the team out there, but of course the chat right down below. Make sure you guys hit that sub button if you guys are first timers here and you guys have been here for a long time. Why are you not hitting those like as well as sub? I mean, come on, man. We're giving you guys the best teams available across the globe here under one roof in the Ruthless Esports channel.
Absolutely right, and this show will run for like the next 10 days or so. So a lot of entertainment, a lot of hard work done behind the scenes as well. So the most easiest thing that you can do to support the show is just to subscribe. And also while you're at it, don't forget to also follow the social medias of Ruthless Esports as well, whether it's on Instagram, whether it's on Facebook, so you'll be updated with the latest information on any upcoming tournaments in the future. I'm sure a lot of you will be anticipating this tournament every single off-season because this is the best off-season tournament for Pubg Mobile Esports of them all.
True enough. I mean, where else could it be, right? Where we've had this seasons after seasons where the Ruthless Esports have always delivered. And I'm just really glad that, you know, I get to be involved once again together alongside with you and maybe Andy somewhere down the stretch as well. So that's it. I'm definitely stoked to actually see how much have these teams improved. Is there any form of changes coming into the rosters now that, you know, you've mentioned majority of all these teams are currently on the break, so that is probably some trial and error coming into certain teams, be it large or small.
Yeah, so I guess the break will end very soon since the official leagues for multiple regions will start in a couple of weeks. Yeah, so for that, of course, you got to check out Pubg Mobile Esports for more information since there are multiple leagues happening across the world, that is. So look forward to that because the next league, the next official league will not only be a league by its own, but it will also lead towards like EWC, Esports World Cup, and also at some point throughout the second half of the year will lead towards the PMGC. So these teams will need to be prepared for this crucial moment when they are involved in the official tournaments later.
True enough, and lo and behold, we're getting ourselves into our first match of the evening as these teams are prepping up for all the big runs that they will have to face eventually in the major leagues. And let's get it on to our first match here in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown here in Day 2.
And here comes the flight, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 1 of day number 2. The teams will continue to collect points accumulated from yesterday. So let's see who will be the one to come out on top after a good warm-up of day 1.
Yep, and that being said, it's always going to be a fresh new start every single round that they do hop on board. GLUBLUG currently leads the pack here with the most eliminations, while Sky is following very, very closely. And this is one of the reasons why I did mention D-Saber, because Lamborghini has also popped up with a lot of all these damage done and multiple knocks across the field. Maybe some numbers not being secured, but hey, they slowly getting there.
Yeah, I mean, it's only day 1, right? So I'm pretty sure the numbers would change and we might see other challengers coming to play later on. Speaking about challengers, now this is the time where we kind of look across the map to see where are the contested drop spots. And we only hear the audio cue. Gunfire is happening, and this is around the area of North Noble.
Wow, off to a rough start for some of these guys. While Team Secret secures themselves the first blood, while the Claw is also having members still limping across the field. That's going to be T-Pig. That's hoping to be safe, but you know how it goes when it comes down to, you know, some of all these close quarter fights. Some guy hiding behind those walls, and then when we take a look at that mini-map, nobody gets his own. It goes all the way into Sonata military base.
I love it. I love it. I love this circle. Totally opposite of the flat path. Very high chance they will end in military base. It is perfect. My favorite circle of them all. But anyway, we got to get the fight going right now. It's going to be Team Secret and Claw. As Team Secret, they have the advantage after they took out a member of Claw, which is Chipeng. Now looking for Pepeg and Red Face in this building.
Yeah, and this is definitely going to be a tough hustle, but Red Face, he's got the corners covered with the S12K, and it will be pretty much an eye for an eye with Frankie breaking through the doorways. Now it's only going to be one member left, unfortunately, and I believe Frankie has already spotted him out, but he wants to get a little bit more back cover while he chases him down. Frankie secures it for Team Secret to ace them out.
Oh, nice chase there, but they lost GK in the process, but that's okay. We have seen multiple times that teams are able to get chicken dinners even though they play as a trio. So I wouldn't be too worried about Team Secret for now. Plus, they are Team Secret. I mean, these players, they have the experience. They know what they're doing. So it's a challenge for them. But the bigger challenge for all these teams is this circle. Now, Contra, there is a chance. I would say like a fairly small chance that the circle might be a scammy circle. They'll pull back onto the main peninsula. What say you?
I think that it could potentially be the case, but look at majority of the circle to still cover the islands. I think, like, just to be safe, teams would like to be somewhere right over on the north portion of the island itself, so that if you ever need to go back to the mainland, you could still, you know, maybe take a boat, take the hovercraft, get your way right across. But if anything that these teams want to just hover around over on mainland, I think these bridges is still going to be important for them to take good cover of, for them to maybe look for some positional fix. Make it witch!
Oh, this is the bridge throw, ladies and gentlemen. VOIN Esports. One casualty. Falls in the hands of 4 Thrives. And now Yummy, he's caught out as well. Where is Yummy going to go? He has to win this fight. He has no choice. Fala receives a decent amount of damage, down to 50% of health. And Yummy still A-okay for now, that is.
Yeah, great angles playing from Fallout with the QBZ, as he will be able to eventually close in on Yummy. These early rotations, VOIN Esports weren't exactly expecting to be punished so early on. Despite that Nate attempt, it didn't seem like it will be too much of a concern for Fallout. So, 4 tries, they should be able to get the revives through. Meanwhile, DRS, they get pinned down by REINCE, who's been guarding just by the corners of Novo.
Oh, but at least they got a trade-off, though. Doc is on his knees. Zol is on his way. Should be able to make it in time, while Gente is on the other side of the bridge. So Zio has to be extra careful here as he navigates around. Is he able to get to his teammates? I wonder. Or perhaps he's thinking that he wants to deal with Gente first, and Gente is alone that side. He's not healing up, so I guess he's out of first aids.
Perhaps so. I mean, in the early span of the round, a lot of all these teams were hoping to loot inside the island instead. So it is understandable if they don't really have too much of all these utilities with them. That being said, though, Gante dangerously low while Zyle is pushing, prodding. He might just go for the revive first and foremost, just to ensure that Doc will be safe and sound. But here comes Top. He's going to be priming some nades. Gante, can he survive the trade up against the full squad of REINCE Esports?
Yeah, let's see if he can pull this one off, right? I'm looking at Top right now. Managed to evade that Molly. Intelligently done, but look at the movement by REINCE Esports. They are getting closer and closer towards Gante. I'm not sure of his survivability, and Doc will be the one to land the final blow as DRS will be eliminated this round without any points.
I don't mean to jinx them with my vote, but yeah, it's just a little bit of a rough start for DRS. I mean, who can blame them, right? When it comes down to island endings such as what we've seen early on. Somebody's got to get clipped, no matter the case, and there are times where we even see certain teams to take those kind of late rotations where they don't really have options to move inside of the island. They will have to battle their way out here regardless. And then here comes FaZe Clan now being challenged by the rest of Outer Eagle being wrapped around where it's going to be a huge swing coming from the side of Yui. Well, he still lands that L12K shot. Still looking for more. The blue closes in. And here comes another jump shot, but Yui goes down.
Oh man, that was a close one. If he got that one, it would have been a double back-to-back, and he should be able to collect those points and loot and maybe survive this blue. But that was just unfortunate for Dewey there. And with that, FaZe Clan eliminated. They managed to score 1 elimination point though. But for Alter Ego, heavy casualty, 2 players left.
Yeah, and I guess it's not really the cleanest of wins coming in from either side of the party. But they take the trade nonetheless. Meanwhile, it is going to be Pubg Esports now catching out Ruthless, and Zyle's pretty much out in the open. Perfect prime with a nade coming in from Grace, just in order to just shut them down completely. Just secure it, just re-peaks in order to claim those 2 points back by the Indonesians.
Well, REINCE down to only 2 players left. It's going to be Doc and Top to do the business. Now, if you kind of think about it, like Doc and Top is like the 2 best fraggers in the world. So it's if it's only them left, well, at least we can say that REINCE Esports, they are in good hands.
They definitely are. While noticing on what all these numbers that has been accumulated from the side of REINCE Esports, all for elimination points are actually in the pocket of the Doc, who's currently alive. Well, I'm not too sure if they will be able to hold on for long enough, since there's still plenty of space inside the island with a lot of all these teams making their advancements. Speaking of which, Glue, they got a plan up against the rest of the Savior, hoping to cut by, while the Circle has further confirmed that it is going to, in fact, cut closer over onto the south side. But the catch is that the port is still pretty much available to play.
Man, Contra, you came to the desk just at the right timing to see this sort of circle. Very, very entertaining. But let's see if Hasmi can entertain us all alone against D Xavier. Hasmi 50% of health. D Xavier charged in. 1 minute second across on the Hasmi. Hasmi received a lot of damage, and there's nothing much he can do about this scenario since he was alone.
Look at that crazy swing coming in from Levi. He just got the beautiful angle to just clip all 3 of them. Of course, being held there by Chua at the very same time to make things pretty much smooth and sailing for the rest of the Savior. While KF, the only member that is going to be getting himself to look for that leverage, hopes to eventually go for that long range tag, but he's got to control some of the recoil out there. Some damage to be done, but no takedown so far.
Yeah, but D Xavier, they have to lick their wounds quickly, because you see that the rest of GLU squads passing by. We don't know what they are thinking, whether they want to go for it or not. But they can still kind of buy some time, since they do have options to navigate around, since still only stage number 2. So they can kind of like just chill for now. Plus they only have 2 players left, so not going to be worth it for them to try to challenge D Xavier.
Yeah, true enough. And D Xavier, they're not going to budge, because they know that if they stay longer, they will have more people to just move towards that direction. They could just guard off the rest of the remaining members of Glue Squad. Well, for Thrives, they've already been circulating the island since minute 1, and they've managed to also get a couple of catches. They're pretty much on the gridlock up against eArena that is rocking right behind them. Meanwhile, the rest of ASI8 is down for a challenge, with UZM dropping very closely to D Xavier.
And here comes Casanova as well from behind. So Chua, who is interestingly playing, he's normally the reserve player for D Xavier, but looks like he's getting a run out this time. Going up, charging against UZM, but the name by UZM knocks down Levi. Nanty pretty low as well. Chua, what is he going to do? He's receiving a decent amount of damage from somewhere as well.
Yeah, it's a very dicey fight where Chua's been driving all around. Now he might be able to spot out Casanova with his repositioning. But Casanova, if he lands a perfect nade right now, it might just deter the rest of all these members of D Xavier while they're licking their wounds right now. He's looking for a save towards UZM.
And here comes Parajin to the rescue. Will Parajin be able to get the win against the 1v1 Casanova? Parajin, unfortunately, will be gunned down by Huzaifa from the side. ASI8. Great positioning by them. Look at Huzaifa's position all the way at the beach area. Totally caught Parajin off guard.
Yeah, and on top of that, Crypto has also been looking around where he's got a little bit of that high ground to work with. Now, the problem for both of these teams is that the circle does not belong to them, so they got to move their way out of their pier or just fully commit to this battle. Seems like Chua says, we will fight on.
Here we go, Chua. With 50% of health, though. Continue to fight. Left, right. He's just surrounded. He's just surrounded by ASI8. It was a very difficult fight for him. I mean, you can pick one side, or you want to focus on the right, or you want to focus on the left. It's hard to do both at the same time.
Yeah, it is rather difficult, especially when ASI8 has already got pretty much a T2 split going on with great coverage coming into multiple angles, and therefore D-Saver, they kind of poke and prod it for a little bit too long, especially right after taking the fight up against Blue Squad. It really felt like they didn't really get to fully reset. Now, that's done and dusted. We're going to be focusing on to the rest of the teams who have already made their way into the island. Now, my question is, how many teams who are still lurking on that blue zone? Because I see about 5 names right now that's highlighted in blue, which means that they're still tanking some damage.
Oh, now we do get one of these teams on screen, and it's going to be HORAA Esports, but they're there for a good reason. They're there to collect elimination points out of rotating teams, play the bridge troll, and they managed to secure another elimination point for themselves, putting them officially, as of now, at number 1.
Yeah, that's a great start for HORAA Esports. Probably getting themselves a lot more of that safety net, as well as that portion of Novo does not seem to be all too populous. That's the rest of these teams who is playing over the corners. Thank goodness that hovercraft's tanky enough for Joker. He's going to look to ditch it off, while for Thrives, they can just keep their markers over onto the far south side. So Naki's going to be in charge to slowly weird him down, if anything. But eArena, they're going to have a very defensive hole. So if this zone actually pulls to the south side, then keep going to the side of eArena. Now they're also looking for a trade up against C1.
C1 on the other side, they're probably thinking of like, okay, how are we going to manage this next stage? It's going to be pretty tricky if you are not in the circle yet, or you're not close enough to the middle of the circle just because of how difficult this current circle is. Tucked by the edge of military base on the left side, you have very little space to play with.
True enough, and they also have to keep in mind that now that they're playing by the terrains, there's almost no room for them to even loot up over onto whatever space that they have. So they got to start managing all these bullets, all these utilities at the very same time. But good news for eArena, that circle has popped, and it does favor them as well as 4 Tribes. So they got that full zone control. Now the question is, how well can they defend it? As ASI8, they are also looking at all these stragglers coming towards their passage. HORAA Esports closing right in. Casanova only has so little space to work with as he is being tossed a Molotov, but he's well up against the guy. He gets run over instead. What a trade coming in from HORAA as they do get the high ground.
And now it's going to be UZF finishing up the job. He has to finish this 1v1 before looking at the other players of his opponent who landed beside him. Oh, it's going to be Sleepy there. Oh, wait a second.
What?
Wait, how? Wait, was that by a shot?
I think
Okay,
it
it kind of looked like it was beside rather than like on him.
Yeah, it really looked like it was going to miss, but Sleepy probably clipped him just by the corner of the bumper and was like, okay, that does just about enough damage. So Sleepy, job well done, but the zone, it's already closing right in. He's got to reposition his teammates. He's got to save everybody out there. I don't know if he has enough time to do that.
And that's what we call a hitbox, ladies and gentlemen. So, like what you said, right, it could probably be like just the side of the bumper or maybe with the mirror. So that's enough for the damage to be inflicted. And that's how HORAA Esports, they won the fight. And they're now dominating with 5 eliminations. But Happy Casualty on their side, they only have 2 players left at this moment. But they still managed to secure 6 elimination points, which is not bad.
Yeah, for what it's worth, turf, I mean, that is a worthy trade, despite, you know, the zone really not favoring them at all. That's the best they can actually pull off. Meanwhile, more pressure onto eArena. We last saw Joker forcing to jump right down under just to get a little bit more of that cover. Now, I really do wonder who's player 56 or 56. I mean, I haven't seen too much of him playing in the Thai circuit. So, new player, I'm not really sure because I'm seeing a lot of numbers on their side.
Oh yeah, I mean, these players, they like to put in pseudo names. And for all you know, like even though they're using these names with that picture, it might not be the same person just because. Maybe it's a tryout, maybe it's a player that has not been revealed yet, so we don't know yet. But what we do know is that Sleepy is on a road rage. He just got another one by his vehicle.
It's crazy, I tell you that. Sleepy right now, 5 kills in his name, and he's still trying to wiggle his way out of that situation, despite being shot by some of the members of Alter Ego. So, eArena's gonna be pretty happy. Like, a lot of the pressure has already been relieved from their side, because all the attention is being pulled away. Well, Champions Esports, same could be said about them, as they are now the ones that will be hugging the very far south, where they left their compounds just to hold these positions.
And here's Alter Ego going up against HORAA Esports. At least the good news for Alter Ego is that they're currently in the circle. So you could probably hold on for this stage, but we're not sure about stage 5 yet. Let's see. Because you will get to know that in about 3 more seconds where the circle will shift. And it shifts, it goes. Looks like Alter Ego still has it.
Yeah, and Alter Ego, they're definitely hoping to hold on for as long as they could. While a lot of all these teams are also reaching towards these corners of the territory, it's going to be Sleepy that still finds more members coming in from the side of Thrives. He's absolutely on fire, I tell you that.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. Just give him a vehicle and you know what to do with it. Let's see how many more eliminations can he get in this round while we focus onto Alter Ego. Shooting onto both Pubg Esports and CelcomDigi Alliance. And it look very, very low thanks to Badru himself.
Yeah, it's an awkward situation for those who are over on the compound because of all these tags being sent across. Speaking of tags, it's Sleepy again and again. What a cheeky angle, and he does actually secure it. It's already 8 points in the hands of Sleepy. Somebody stop this guy.
Yeah, and he's trying to get Joker now to make it 9. Sleepy by himself, 8 elimination points. If he's not the MVP, I don't know, man, at this point. All types of eliminations, whether it's by long-range shots, whether it's by a vehicle, he got it all. Sleepy is the guy carrying HORAA Esports now.
It's just so crazy. I mean, making it to the top 5 with only 2 players left, you saw it was not an easy journey at all. Well, take a look at the corners that he's holding. He knows that nobody's coming in from behind him, so he's going to be safe for a very long time. So I'm not too sure if they will be able to settle his scores, as eArena have now got eyes on Alter Ego instead, where the last we saw, Alter Ego was trying to deal with CelcomDigi Alliance. There was, I believe, members of C1 over on the south corner of the map. So it is going to be a little bit of that standstill here in stage 5 because this match just went by so quickly.
Yeah, thanks to the circle as well, right? You give a trashy circle like this, you kind of expect like teams to fall out like flies. And now we're down to the top 5 teams with 11 remaining players. So everyone seems to have their own corner now. Perhaps I need to wait till stage number 6 before we see the next phase of action.
Very likely so, and for some teams, they definitely do enjoy having a little bit more room to reset, but those who did not get these great positions, such as CelcomDigi Alliance, what we saw earlier, it isn't going to be an easy task if it does shrink further and further onto where Alter Ego is currently holding. So it will definitely take a while. I mean, Alter Ego, they could just roll around the space. They expected CelcomDigi Alliance to be somewhere within those shacks, so CelcomDigi Alliance is the one that is being pressured if they were forced to actually make advancements.
Yeah, there'll be a chance that they might not get the next stage of the circle since they are kind of close to the edge of it. But we'll get a confirmation in about 15 more seconds. Hopefully they're ready though. They do have vehicles as a backup, so they can potentially use that to move to the inner side of the circle, create a barricade in an open area, and that might be their next stop. But we'll find out right now, ladies and gentlemen, where the circle will go. CelcomDigi Alliance still has part of the circle.
Oh, that's great news for them. I mean, they could continue on with their trade against Alter Ego because they've already known that there's only one spot that they could potentially hide in, and that's going to be that tiny little shack. But of course, they can't afford to overpeak at the very same time for far too long. They definitely do saw slight glimpses. You know what's the surprising thing about this two exchanging? That door is still intact.
Oh yeah, it is. Okay, give them a bit of an extra protection. But speaking about protection now, Alter Ego now using the vehicle as a protection moving forward. But BX666 taking a decent amount of damage. Now his vehicle has been blown up. Badru managed to follow up together with him. See Sleepy on the other side though. Lots of open space in the middle counter. That's why nobody is like committing all the way in.
Yeah, it's a death trap in the middle. I mean, it's just so much of an open space that you're going to be left so vulnerable if you were to drive into the direct center, which is why we're looking at all the teams to be hugging very tightly over onto the third corner of the circle. But now that BX have already created a little bit of that gap, and with the default of the smoke, I think that they could potentially look for a trade later on before the smoke subside. As right now, CelcomDigi Alliance is just keeping their eyes pretty much locked into Alter Ego.
Yeah, no team right now has a full squad, so everyone has their own casualties. And looks like no big skirmish yet. Stage 7 surely will force these teams to make hard decisions on crashing onto each other, something like that. As we look at Sleepy's position as well, he's by the edge of the circle. Yes, he does have the line of sight onto Alter Ego, but because he's in that kind of position, there's a chance that he will need to move forward. But Badru, after he moved forward, knocked out. But I also want to point out the fact that, look at what, Urkes is in the water. I wonder if he'll be able to surprise eArena.
Yeah, such a cheeky maneuver. He's just got to ensure that he's going to do it very silently because Joker is still on the other side. But if they do catch out Joker, nobody's going to be able to revive him because the double stack coming in from eArena is pretty much further forward. So Cass, he's got to be very sneaky about it. But it's going to be Sleepy that's also making certain advancements out there. So I'm not quite sure if this is still going to favor some of these guys. But Joker, he does have high ground though. Let's see what he makes good use of it.
And Urkes is still behind him. Okay. So far, it seems like Joker doesn't know that he's there. This is going to be real interesting though. Urkes is taking a slow approach, but Joker spotted it out. Urkes. Unfortunately, his plan failed.
Yeah, it's just the crazy reaction speed coming from Joker. The moment he stood up and made a slight dash, he just turned around and expected that there's going to be somebody down there. And just like that, eArena, they further solidified their position. Now, down to Sleepy though, he's got no vehicles, not much that he can basically do, but to actually go for that 1v1 duel. So, that Groza definitely comes in pretty handy in that exchange.
Oh, at least he cleared off his back so he doesn't need to worry about a potential backstab. But now, some of these players will need to be worried about the fact that they don't have the circle. And we're talking about stage number 7, so you don't want to spend even a second in the blue in this sort of stage because it will truly hurt. And that includes like Joker as well. He has to move forward. So the good news for Joker is that he has his other teammates as a marker, so he can fall in onto his other teammates. Like what we can see here, Mr. eArena. I wonder who he is. But for Sleepy, no circle. It's going to be a bit of a problem for him.
Yeah, meanwhile, that's going to be a nade that does connect as CelcomDigi Alliance actually finds something in return. Same goes to Sleepy that gets another knot this time. Finding Joker, not paying attention towards that corner rock, but 2014, he's going to be getting all that sight around the corner, but just like what I mentioned, no can do. You can't save Joker if he's being caught out like this.
Joker's eliminated, but here's the spray by eArena, catching one out of C1, looking for Atomic, one last stick of health, and Atomic managed to hide behind that rock, but no, not for long. And they look from CelcomDigi Alliance eliminated him. And now we're down to top 3.
2v1. Sleepy so far being the most formidable player here in the lobby, racking in 9 kills already. That's 12 points for HORAA Esports. I got a feeling that no matter what position he ends up with, HORAA Esports should have the maximum points by the end of the run.
Yeah, at this point, they are pretty consistent in the overalls as well, but Sleepy, that's going to be his last run there. He has no space. eArena was prepared for him. Now it's between CelcomDigi Alliance and eArena for the first chicken dinner here today. Both of these teams within the circle, but that could change in 5 more seconds.
Very swiftly, like you said, but the problem for the side of eArena is that they are bunched up in that corner. Meanwhile, CelcomDigi Alliance, they do have a split going on, despite having GLUBLUG to be a little further away, or actually, yeah, exactly, GLUBLUG. But those alternate angles could be put into good use, as the rest of eArena, if they're being forced out later on, then this could be big advantages for CelcomDigi Alliance.
It's just a matter of time right now. Perhaps eArena, we can see that they have the better position. I mean, they have the circle, stage number 8. They have this rock as a cover. CelcomDigi Alliance. GLUBLUG needs to move forward. Unless Kasim can get tap onto eArena. I'm not sure if eArena knows that Kasim is here.
They might have an inkling, I mean, especially if they do spot this buggy that's pretty much sticking to the crate. So, eArena, they gotta make a call right now. A lot of attention over on the corners of GLUBLUG. Well, perhaps like you said, they might not have the best of a punch because the tree is kind of in between the line of sight. So that kind of gives Kasim a little bit more of that cover to work with.
Here comes GLUBLUG moving into the circle, creating that smoke bridge. Hoping to be able to get into the circle at least. This is a better view of his current position. Not in the circle yet. The blue is chasing him down. He's able to step in. But what happens when the circle, or when the smoke subsides? That will be super exposed. He has to get to that tree.
Yeah, even getting into the tree, there is going to be a little bit more of that problem where they are within that grenade range as we speak of it. We'll see how it's going to bounce still. I mean, time players, they absolutely love dropping in those frags. Sim, he's just working with whatever cover he has, even if it's going to be a 10 layer coming in from the buggy. But taking a look at this technical fight, here comes more nades being primed right through eArena, hoping to dent the hopes, and he does find GLUBLUG.
And that's the nade that they've been looking for. Now only Jimmy OP, aka Kasim, the final player for CelcomDigi Alliance, and he is pretty close to the blue as well. Now this is stage 9, the zone will close entirely. This is goal time for eArena. They're charging in right now with Jimmy OP getting one for himself. Now putting himself in a 1v1 against 2014.
It's all down to the timing of this grenade right now. While they bring in the UMP, it is going to be Kasim that secures it for CelcomDigi Alliance to start the day strong with the chicken dinner.
Oh man, that was a solo run for Jimmy OP. Towards the end, he got one frag from afar. The second frag was through a nade, and that's how he scores that chicken dinner for CelcomDigi Alliance, beating the odds against eArena.
Wow, what a turnaround. The last we saw them when they moved into the island, they were battling for that position in the shack, and despite that, they were able to HORAA Esports pinning him down. Same goes to eArena. But how they've been able to slowly navigate their way around and slowly choke out the rest of the teams is just wonderful to behold. CelcomDigi Alliance now surges up the charts with such a huge performance.
Oh, just phenomenal coming in from CelcomDigi Alliance, and especially Kasim, aka Jimmy OP. For some reason, whenever it's off-season, he always changes his name to Jimmy OP. Don't ask me why. I haven't had the chance to ask him that yet. But yeah, that is Jimmy OP, ladies and gentlemen. And what a run. And do consider this as well. This is a very, very difficult circle for the teams to play. And the fact that you're able to score a chicken dinner with this kind of circle, it's a bragging right by itself.
It definitely is. I mean, you saw how many teams were trialed and tested, even despite, you know, that crazy run that HORAA Esports did. They did manage to secure a top 3 finish. I believe that's good enough coming in from a dual effort where majority of all these numbers were actually taken by Sleepy himself. So if there's going to be an MVP run that is going to be awarded, definitely it has to be Sleepy. No questions asked. The amount of damage, the amount of eliminations, as well as knockouts are at its maximum in this match.
Yeah, I guess because we normally award the MVP status to an individual player, even though they don't get the chicken dinner, so it's based out of stats. And I do agree with you that Sleepy is very, very likely to be the MVP. I don't see another player getting as many eliminations as he had, so he has to be the MVP. If not, I'm out of here.
If not, maybe it's going to be Jimmy, but definitely those numbers don't really match. That being said, let's take a look at some of the stats. As, like you said, Jimmy OP, aka Kasim99 here, has scored 6 points for the team, together alongside to add to the tally with Adik Luke's triple eliminations out there, will get themselves a total of 19 points to secure this first run.
Yeah, so that's going to be 19 with the chicken dinner together with it. So far, no team has got the chicken dinner with more than 10 eliminations. So far, the maximum has been like 9, and we got multiple 9s. But anyway, a chicken dinner is a chicken dinner, so no complaints about that, I'm sure, for the team themselves. But I'm also curious to find out like how far is HORAA Esports in the overall charts. Potentially, they might be at number 2, even though they got eliminated at 3rd place.
They might even be number 1, number 2, potentially so as well. But you're probably right that with this chicken dinner, CelcomDigi Alliance should have more than enough points to be able to tally off any other teams who are hoping to challenge them overall. Looking at the other stats out there, despite Iftar as well as Olio bowing out a tad bit early, they still have significant contributions moving into this matchup now. Of course, that said, Game 1 done and dusted. This is some of the teams to be whole once we do get our way through, where we take a look at this kind of run. Majority of these teams, they don't really get to fully utilize their whatever's in their package to full effect, other than eArena, who's been playing very defensively by the corners of the shore, and that's the reason why they have plenty more smokes as compared to the rest of the teams.
Yeah, and normally that is a clue. The previous graphic was a clue of like the team's placement in the match point later on. But now we're going to compare the head-to-head between Kasim, aka Jamie OP, and also Mr. Balja from C1. And the stats are pretty close, especially when it comes to the elimination. 6 for GBOP and a 5 for Balja. But when it comes to the damage department, look at the contribution here by Jimmy OP, 927. He did a lot of work for the team, allowing his other teammates to secure those elimination points.
Sure enough, especially on the double clutch towards the end of it all. And just like what we mentioned, the MVP of our first round here in day 2 is definitely going to be Sleepy. 9 elimination points. His damage alone can already top but a lot of all these teams here in game 1. So that's 1,141 damage being put out. And on top of that, he's definitely tuning a whole lot of utilities at the very same time. So this is just a very all-rounded player coming in from HORAA Esports.
And besides the Sleepy, of course, we gotta award it to Jimmy OP, aka Kasim, in case for whatever reason when you hear us mention Jimmy OP, you're like, where is Jimmy OP? I don't see him. Okay, that's Kasim there, ladies and gentlemen. Coming in at number 2 with the 6 elimination points, and then you have Balja with 5 at number 3, and then you have to have Doc, 4 eliminations. I mean, this guy carried the team as well. Look at his team contribution, 100%. All the eliminations that REINCE Esports got in this round was through Doc.
Sure enough, I mean, they managed to pin down a lot of all these members coming from DRS, and then they also do have a little bit more of that difficult time, despite, you know, all these X4 Macro Vibes members have always played inside of the Sonoska military base. Now, we get ourselves a little bit more of the update for this match itself. That's 19 points for CV Alliance, while 17 for HORAA Esports, only scoring 5 placement points, but those are half the amount of eliminations. As a matter of fact, even higher than CD Alliance, who have been able to win it all. But they are currently tied with Champion Esports at 3rd spot.
Hmm. Yeah, those are big numbers there. But unfortunately for GLU squad and also DRS, they're not able to secure any eliminations this round. I mean, with this setup on screen, they got eliminated early. So the only two teams not able to bring home anything are those two teams. But when it comes to the match stats as well, one glaring number for me is the throwables used. This is fairly on the lower side, but I can totally understand because of this kind of circle, you don't have the time to aim your nades or use those throwables. You just go out guns blazing just because you have to cross the bridge. You have to get into the circle in mid to the base.
Exactly. So, I mean, there's also a lot of all these long-range tags as well as plenty of close to mid-range kind of fights that just blew out when they are contesting for a certain region to hold out. But we're definitely looking at very healthy numbers right now. HORAA Esports have been able to surpass even the likes of CLComDigi Alliance as they take that #1 spot with 62 points. But for the rest of the pack, some may have not actually played out here back in Game 1. So we'll have to see what the rest of the groups will actually bring to the table later on.
Yeah, we're going to give the benefit of the doubt to teams from Group C, right? Because they did not play in the first match. They'll be playing in the following match. So do keep an eye on teams like BTR, Vampire Esports. I mean, these are big name teams in the PUBG Mobile esports scenes, and they are prepared for sure to come in later on. On page number 2, well, decent movers here. Even though Team Secret, they played in this round, but unfortunately they went down by 1 point. eArena had a decent round, so they move up by 4 notches, currently at number 9. But at the end of the day, at the playoff stage, it's all about maintaining yourself in the top 16. And the teams on page number 3, we need to figure out on how are they going to get there.
Yeah, that being said, I mean, a majority of them actually hails from in Indonesia, where Pubg Esports, we saw what went on. They got taken out very, very early on when they were trying to get into the island. Same could be said about some of all the rest of the pack. So a lot of work for them to really claw their way out. But hey, all it takes, one good chicken dinner, they might just be safe by doing so.
Yeah, one good chicken dinner could still push them up because we're still fairly early into the playoff stage. So the points are pretty close. Something that we will look forward to in the upcoming match. And speaking about the upcoming match, it is going to be Miramar. But before we head on to that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking a short break. So do not go anywhere. Oh, no break?
Nope. I guess we carry on.
Looks like we are going to roll on.
Well, I was hoping for a little bit of that breathing space as well, but you know what? We're just going to see with all these players pretty much getting themselves warmed up. So we're just going to go back to back so that they will just have all that adrenaline to be churned out here in Game 2.
Well, straight in then. Group A versus Group C in the upcoming match. So Group B is going to take a break. So Group C, they're going to make their debut here today. Looking over at these teams, of course, we have to do our due diligence after this of picking a team. So I wonder if you have something on your mind.
Well, I definitely do have one for Group C, but looking at the Group A, I definitely do think that there are a lot of all these major hopefuls. And speaking of which, I guess I would just reveal it right now. I was torn between either one of these SEA teams, whether it's RRQ or even of course, Vampire Esports. But I'm leaning a little bit more towards RRQ because they have been known as some of the kings of Miramar in the Indonesian circuit. So that being said, I'm going to be locking my vote for now on RRQ.
Okay, RRQ for Contra. All right. So for myself, man, it's always, it's never easy doing this, right? But I guess if I were to pick one right now, I'm having them feels for Vampire Esports. Let's go.
That was actually one of my consideration as well. I mean, Vampires, they're definitely looking super solid, extremely strong throughout the course of the run. Just that, you know, they were just on that break. Now that they are back up online, they have already seen how some of these teams have been navigating the way around. If they actually do any form of studies at all, maybe we do see some of these names thrive, while we are also including another team coming from the as a region of Southeast Asia, and that is BTR, the high fragging squad, now back in action.
Yeah, then they are making their debut here today as well, since they are from Group C. Same goes for, well, Vampire and also RRQ. So happen all our predictions are from Group C. Now, whether they'll be able to score the chicken dinner, we'll see. Vampire and BTR, they scored their respective chicken dinners yesterday. So out of all our predictions, RRQ is the one that's still waiting. Well, let's see if they'll be able to get it, because RRQ is always this team that is like a very high potential team. Every time you see them play, you have the confidence that they are able to pull off something.
True enough. I mean, there are certain times that they do get overwhelmed as well with a couple of teams to be, ganging up onto them, or perhaps if they were going too wide of a rotation, they also do get caught out from time to time. If they can fix that, then it shouldn't be any much of an issue, where certain times where they are in, say, a certain zone somewhere in the mid game, they would usually have a very solid chance on not only defending those kind of spots that they hold, but also on the offense at the very same time.
Yeah, so, and the Beko is playing as well. So, of course, the former Southeast Asia Terminator back in the PMPL Southeast Asia format. So, I would really love to see that guy do perform again. He's always that one player that if you ask me, he has not won a major championship yet, but, he's like one of those players that's so good that I do hope that at some point he'll be able to lift a trophy for himself. But it is a team game at the end of the day, and you have so many other competitive teams as well. So it's a competition. Got to work for it.
That's right. And that being said, we only have 20 seconds for these guys to chill before they go guns blazing once more. Once again, you guys are tuning into Ruthless HORAA Esports, as this is the Invitational Showdown, as we kick off our run in Miramar.
Well, a bit of a delayed flight there, ladies and gentlemen, but at least it's not too long. We're still on schedule. This is going to be Miramar. Also the debut of teams from Group C, being the second match in our second day, ladies and gentlemen. And here we go, Miramar with the flight path here. I wonder where this is. One thing about Miramar is that if you have a bird's eye view, things pretty much look the same just because it's all sand and all dusty. But finally, we get a good view. Okay, starting from the south towards the north where it ends on Akumada. And it cuts across the middle of the map, so looks like all these teams will be able to get to their regular drop spot directly.
Yeah, I think that this is definitely going to be a very fair start. The moment that, I see a little bit of that island over the south side, it's like, okay, this is going to be pretty much of a standard kind of a start. But is it going to be a standard kind of circle? That remains to be a big question on everyone's head. Now, typically, once we jump into the map of Miramar, we tend to see a lot of all these players to be around that Las Zonas region, and sometimes even battle erupting inside of the continent. Is that actually happening between Group A versus Group C? I guess not just yet, but I hear those barrels roaring. So we actually do have some action, and that is coming into the corners of Power Grid, where the rest of BTR is currently being challenged.
By another team, and that's Aeromacy on the other side. Okay, let's see who will win this 1v1. It's going to be REINCE, but REINCE has no weapons yet. So it's more of a dance-off right now. He needs to find that extra space. The Venom is behind him. Oh no, where's REINCE? We're going to go.
Oh man, very, very dicey situation right now for REINCE, while Venom's doing a great job, but he's only got that UMP. No scope whatsoever. It's going to be pretty hard to land. Meanwhile, he didn't really check over the top side, so that is going to be instant punishment. 2 members down from the side of AST.
Oh, okay, but BTR still got first blood. And Aeromacy, 2 players left. And so far, they should be able to pick up REINCE. And they have the numbers against Aeromacy. It's just a matter of time, perhaps, until they recover their teammate. They're back as a 4. They have decent amount of weapons. They're still going around looting the area of Power Grid. They should be able to overcome Aeromacy.
Yep, and that to be said, Kang on the other side, have you been able to spot who exactly that is? Because I remember he always goes for such a name, but we also do have Voxy, who's actually playing for today for BTR.
Yeah, I mean they always use these pseudo names, right? So the player that is using the name of ZMJJCK, I wouldn't even bother like trying to pronounce it. That's Satar.
Yeah. If it looks familiar, that's because it's a player name from Valorant, where in short, it's actually Kang. So I think that is definitely paying a little bit of homage. Well, 4, 5, 6 now dealing with the pressure with the micro Uzi and Magic to still defend for himself, but not to get dropped. And I can't actually pronounce Chinese names for the likes of the, so I definitely will skip this one as we see the member just trying to find a way to pave a path. Joker now trying to hold on the line while this battle just erupts all across the field.
Oh, for my second place finish now, only one player at the very early stage of this round with Joker. Only has like what 5% of health. He does not have any healing utilities, and he will be easily finished off by 4 Thrives as eArena will be the first team to bow out without any points.
Yeah, surprising to actually see this actually happening around the corners of St. Martin so early on. Or could this be El Azhar? Well, it definitely looks a little bit more like St. Martin, but that to be said, that was very, very clean coming in from the guys of that has been able to actually go in for the sweep. Meanwhile, MVKE currently having a very safe journey over onto the south side of Los Leones. So if they were to move deeper, they might actually find themselves into a little bit of a tough spot. So RRQ, I wonder if they're going to be up to pick somebody up because they've just concluded a fight. So 4 tribes, they are currently scattered. So this is a really good chance for RRQ.
Yeah, so with RRQ having at least an early good chance, there's also a good chance for you to maybe score your prediction right. Yeah, we'll keep that in check. So far, when it comes to the overall for RRQ, they're doing okay. I mean, they're at number 13, 27 points. I wouldn't be too worried as long as you're within the top 16 because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter whether you're at number 1 or number 16. As long as you move on to the grand finals, that's fine. The grand finals is where it all matters, but of course, we'll keep that one for later. And RRQ, with being at number 13, they're still alright.
Yeah, it's still pretty alright here in day 2. If you can still afford to have a little bit of those trial and error. Meanwhile, some couple of all these exchanges happening over onto the corners where CD Alliance is hoping to defend up against the rest of MVKE moving via the corner of the map while the rest of Talon Esports just circles their way throughout. Typical start in Miramar, despite, having a couple of casualties. Now, it's just the calm before the storm with majority of the teams trying to reposition.
Yeah, it almost looked like CelcomDigi Alliance, they were just flexing their fingers. I don't think they anticipating anyone to be at the corner early on, so it's more like, okay, it's Miramar, it's a big map, we know that, and we normally drop in Los Leones, so there's a decent amount of time until something actually happens. So might as well warm up, keep your fingers, kind of warmed up, the muscles just in check before like the actual fight happens. So that's absolutely fine. I mean, I'm sure these players do that on their own time within the game. It's just that sometimes we don't get to see them on camera.
True enough, and maybe certain times where you started off the game and you felt like, hey, I need to readjust my sensitivity. Let's actually test certain things out. Well, that could be one of the cases as well, but very less likely because most of them will just ensure that all of this has been tested before moving in. And on top of it, it's a lot of interesting names as, is this a new member of 7-9? Well, that's actually Yuhai that changed his name to Yulo. Pretty funny if you ask me. Why not Ilo? Because the opposite of Yuhai is Ilo.
Okay, I'll be sure to send him that message then. Or maybe at least to ask him the question. But one message sent here across onto GLU squad by Team Secret. And Team Secret now being seized out by the other members of GLU squad. They should be able to still save their teammate. And Stickley should be back up. Team Secret, the rest of them charging in. Okay, they're not going to allow GLU squad to lick their wounds. Let's go.
And take a look at the rest of Team Secret. They are full sending it with those nades being primed up and ready to blow as they try to squeeze this one through the door. Should be able to be dodged by the rest of Blue Squad at the moment. Frankie's going to be able to join right by as we are looking at a very different roster with them rocking Zeros as well as Typhoon in this match.
Yeah, they have a couple of new players for their recent transfer. But another team actually sent the nade across. Okay, where did that one come from? Anyway, that might help Team Secret to win this match. Zeros right now dancing around with the S10K. He'll make sure he secures the elimination point by taking out Stickley. Now Hasby's on the other side, pretty low. Hasby managed to heal up, but he takes a lot of damage by S10K. Zeros is dancing around, he's being shot at from the side, so he's going to be extra careful. Here comes Xbox with the DBS, navigating around the smoke. As Hasby still dancing around with Team Secret. In Team Secret, they need to recover quickly because here they come. Zeros will get the knock.
And they gotta actually set the scores quick because you can see from the minimap that there's more and more of these teams hoping to claim this quarter as well. Xbox, with that DBS in hand, tries to see if he could actually clear those quarters, but he's doing it all by himself. No backup whatsoever for the meantime, while the rest of them will be able to follow suit. Typhoon now only has that UMP, not daring to close in, way too close. But that being said, 2 members left. They gotta be decisive about this fight if they were to be on Team Secret's side.
And here comes Xbox doing DBS. Dancing around, and he managed to get that one just by the corner. And Team Secret will lose this fight against GLU Squad. GLU Squad will pick up the entire Team Secret 4 points in the bag.
Such a close call coming in from Glue Squad, but they've been able to hunker down, getting some really tight shots going across. Meanwhile, we go back into the crosshairs of Vampire Esports, who's been taking a little bit more of that slower rotation, and I do see, certain interesting names over on their side. Could be the off-season random names, could be a new guy on the block, which I'm trying to figure out. So, for now, Todak, they got to do a lot more. They only have 4 points throughout day 1. Haven't found anything thus far. Whereas, of course, there's still plenty of time as well as space here. Just starting things off over on stage 2. They might have actually taken notice that there is a squad that's going to be lying in wait while Alter Ego takes a very slow rotation. And the other one that's currently in the blue zone is going to be 4 tries. But hey, they've already got 7 points so far.
Wait, 7? Where did that come from?
I don't know.
Oh man, okay, we've been missing out on the action. 7 elimination points already when we have 14 teams at stage number 2. Man, that is 4 thrives right here on the roll, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if they'll be able to get more than this. Maybe even break the record by getting maybe 20 eliminations. Let's go.
It might just be the case. I'm definitely hoping to see something really special moving into this matchup. Now, taking a close look into the update, you can see majority of the teams are planted across that Chumachera highway, in between Picado, that is. But Blue, they're just about to join into the zone at the very same time. So, just in time, I would say, for them to rock up against the rest of Vampire Esports later on. Mela, that definitely has to be Mela that's going to be playing for this evening. We'll have to see if they could be able to form a fortress up against these teams who are on the move.
And Alter Ego arriving into the circle. So far, no gatekeepers. So it looks like that's a signal to me that a lot of these teams, they want to play in the middle of the circle, want to get the best position possible, and that's absolutely fine. GLU squad probably thinking the same as well. But they only have that one player here. Here comes Joe. It's going to be a 2v1 and straightforward elimination. GLU squad bows out.
I've heard of gate crashes, but have you heard about garage crashes? I mean, no car is safe within this site, where Great Flush coming in from the side of AST, securing that pointer away. While the rest of Todak has taken notice. Though they have been relatively passive throughout the course of the run. And in pretty much all fairness, they don't really have to make too much of advancement until that stage 3 starts popping up. So keeping a tap over onto AST is definitely going to be the main play. And once they do leave, they will be clipped. Meanwhile, speaking of getting clipped, 4 tries once again back into action. And oh, that was a close call for T24.
Yeah, looking for more. And for Thrives right now, they are charging in onto Alter Ego. Right in front, it's going to be BX Super 6. But he is alone. He needs his backup coming in. And they should arrive really soon before he charge in. But they're actually surrounding Alter Ego from the other side as well. But Alter Ego fires back, getting 2 out of 4 Thrives. And 4 Thrives, their plan did not work out.
Oh, that was absolutely botched very, very quickly. Well, Falak, he has to just save himself. At the meantime, they're just leaving the rest of T24's body over onto the ground. Naki is also going on the opposite direction, while BX has got his vehicle already smoking up. So this is going to be a little bit tricky. I mean, a lot of space to cover. I'm pretty sure that he's going to call for a little bit of backup for him to be picked up, but T24, he's still limping and says, okay, buddy, I'll take your buggy and I'll take your life.
And there goes T24. Hey man, 4 Thrives started off really well with 7 eliminations. Now we only 2 players left. Probably the best is for them to do is to try to hold on to get place on points for now. But they can afford to chill because 7 eliminations isn't too bad. Might as well switch the strategy to focus on getting into elimination points or place on points, and that's going to be fine. Now looking at the circle, and also 4 Thrives at the northern side, they don't have the circle. They have to move further forward where Todak and Tribe Aeromacy is at, unless they choose to rotate somewhere else.
Yeah, it's also going to be a really tough swing for Alter Ego. Speaking of which, it's Hampus Esports getting pinned while on the move. Great shot coming in from Hunti to be able to hold him down. So Atomic might just be cut loose right there. While Alter Ego does actually get that trade up against Falak. They've been rather explosive, and now it's only 1 member remaining for the side of 4 Tribes are currently healthy.
Oh yeah, 1 left, and that's a confirmation unless he's able to be saved. But we'll check that out in a little bit more. Right now, it's going to be the Vikings, MGN Vikings Esports securing their elimination point. Taking out a member of C1. C1 down in that, what do you call that? Valley, yeah, I was trying to find the right word. Yeah, they were down in the valley, so naturally, if teams are above you, they'll be able to get a good view. But for Talon, we move forward now, defending their compound against BTR, and BTR looks like they're losing members. Mala Big just fell to the hands of Axel.
Yeah, they're just trying to crash into this compound, but it's been safeguarded by Talon for the entirety of the time. So BTR, they crash out very, very early on. Well, great matches coming from TZN. And it will be pretty much the entirety of Champions Esports wiped away by MVKE.
On the elimination field, I noticed that CelcomDigi Alliance is in action as well. They took out Axel from Talon. So another fight's potentially happening elsewhere. Now we do have Talon on screen. Axel is bleeding out. We do have 2 players from Talon here still active, but Axel will be saved. Backup is arrived. And he should be back up soon. So yeah, since CelcomDigi Alliance that is a long range shot, they're not crashing in. Talon will be back as a trio.
Yeah, they really do have to respect it for right now. You saw what happened over on the time where BTR just muscled their way through. Speaking of which, 4 Tribes, I believe that to be the case, being shut down. At the very least, 7 points have been secured, so they can call it a day.
Let's see who else is going to get that 7 and above points right now. The next closest one is going to be Alter Ego and Talon with 4 each. Oh, and also the Vikings with 4 as well. And we still have enough bodies, obviously, for them to rank in those elimination points. As for your pick, RRQ. They're having a pretty chill round this time. Only 1 elimination point coming in very safely from the northern side. So it's as if like they will allow all the other teams to eliminate each other before getting into maybe a better position in the middle of the circle.
Yeah, you're probably right at the moment where RQ, they're not trying to overcommit. Speaking of which, though, we're already getting a little bit more of that exchange going on. It's Alter Ego against Vampire Esports. Now, that is one fight I want to watch.
Okay, we might see it soon. Or maybe everyone's waiting for the circle. Might as well, right? 10 more seconds before we move on to stage number 5. And let's see how will this circle shift. If it's going to be worthwhile for them to fight each other, or might as well focus on rotating into the circle next. And the circle, ooh, it's going to be fairly difficult for Alter Ego and also Vampire Esports. They don't have it, obviously. But what makes it difficult is that there will be teams in front of them.
Yeah, take a look at 7-9's position. They have one guy holding on to the middle compound and another two on that far western high ground. So hopefully if they do play their cards right, then the Malaysian squad of 7-9 might just be onto something there. While traversing over onto the fields, this could be Alter Ego. It is going to be a tight squeeze while Vikings have been able to hold their own compound.
Oh,
9!
Oh!
Oh, that was so close, but he still gets it done without taking a single drop of damage.
Oh, what a slick move there by 9, but now Peko will be down on his knees. 9 ready to pick him up, but 9 is busy looting. Enjoying the spoils of his victory. Peko will be eliminated. And Todak, one other player has been knocked out. Still can be saved. I wonder how their positioning is at right now. But we shift over right now to RRQ with this high ground advantage. They're looking over at Aeromacy, eliminating them at number 9 with 3 eliminations.
That's such sharp shooting coming in from RRQ, zoning them one after another as they're starting to pick up the pace. While we also see a lot of all these other teams being very, very active. Now, what's really interesting to also keep our eyes on is the rise of MVKE right now. 4 points, and they're in such a great position.
Oh yeah, so far. Not only the 4 elimination points, but they also maintain the full squad. So looking so far so good for the Vikings. The next closest contender in the overall is going to be Vampire Esports, and their points are not that far away from each other, so anything can still happen here. But for the northern side, we're going to put focus onto RRQ versus Todak. Both teams needing to get into the circle, and they'll face off against each other. But on the elimination field, we have CelcomDigi Alliance and Vampire Esports. Here comes the Vikings! Opening our fight against Alter Ego.
Wow, super explosive. Break now trying to squeeze past the smoke and quickly sift out by Wunti just by the corner of the wall. Covering fire for his teammate while Pablo is already on the floor. The Alter Ego definitely have to hightail out of the situation. Vampire Esports heard all the noise, but it's Superman gets them all lined up. That was perfect for the Vikings.
Oh, he was ready for it. He was ready for it. He senses something there. And now the Vikings, they managed to collect 9 elimination points by eliminating the 2 members of Vampire Esports. What a game sense.
Absolutely lethal. Got them pretty much within their line of sight. Now the rest of 7-9, they've heard all that noise and now they're prowling all across, trying to choke out these 2 teams who are currently on a gridlock, but specifically on Vikings, who's currently having a little bit of a danger threat. Paolo's gonna be on that far eastern corner right above Vikings, so how exactly are they gonna get out?
Oh, it could be the rise of the Vikings, like what you said. But the next challenge right now is to get into the circle. But it shouldn't be a problem unless 7-9 can try to stop them. But at least they know the presence of 7-9 here. Okay, we have Wunti, 4, he's in Yuhai. Straight down to Yuhai. Yuhai should be fine thanks to the terrain.
A lot of all these pressure dropping right into these corners of where 7-9 is currently holding out at. The are kind of expanding their wings, so there is going to be ample space for them to actually fall back into, especially over onto the southwestern corner of the map, while Kasim, our MVP of the last round, is already marking onto the member of Vampire Esports.
Oh. Where's he gonna go? Okay, shows himself. Iftar. Pulls the trigger. Nope. He's gonna save it for now. He wants to make sure that he gets a good clear shot. He's not in a hurry. I totally understand that. But for Mr. Malo here, he does have company in the name of the Vikings. Vikings not budging. What if they really want to get this elimination point? Looks like they do. Milo takes a lot of damage, fires back onto the Vikings, but at the same time, it's going to be 7-9, knocking down Break. Vikings now having a hard time getting into the circle.
Yeah, pretty rough for Vampire Esports. They only get placement points, no kills whatsoever, and look at that spray, y'all. GLUBLUG. He's been called the king of something, the king of injections, if you will. So, that being said, it's just super precise shots coming from him.
Okay, that's a direct translate there, ladies and gentlemen, for anyone who is probably wondering, what do you mean by king of injections? Like,
snipe.
Yeah.
Snipe.
Or maybe king of needles. Or needle, like you poke needle. Okay, there's no way to direct translate that and still make it make sense. But anyway,
I tried my best to simplify it by doing so.
Yeah, we tried. Just like how these players, they will try right now to defend their ground. It's going to be the Vikings against 7-9. Mika comes in together with Trexy. Yuhai as well. 3v3, here we go.
Yeah, just take a look at that white flag. The 7-9 members are trying to wrap around that in order for Vikings to be locked into place while the exchange is going on. Talon now drops a couple of death blades towards RQ as they try to hop over the wall. There's not much space. YBM had to step into the flames, and just like that, to his own device, Lapart does actually secure it. Is there going to be more blood to be spilled right across? As we are still seeing the other side of the fight erupting at the same time. Talon does actually land great nades overall to further suppress them in that position.
Here is Lapart on the other side. They just need information, but the problem right now is that there's not only one team, there's like two different teams in front of them, making that three teams here. And it does help that the fact that the Pubg has arrived as well. Aqua will make sure they'll secure one elimination point on Talon. Io tries to fire away, and look! Getting two, but not able to finish up the job. But from the side, it is going to be CelcomDigi Alliance to be the cleanup crew.
So messy on that fight, but hey, it's still pretty much huge numbers to be earned right there. While RQ, they got their members pretty much withered down from all that early scuffle, and they will settle for top four. Hey, my first prediction hitting the Miramar is not looking too bad, I would say.
Hey, but the top three teams are not within our prediction. So let's just enjoy the show right now, ladies and gentlemen, with 7-9 and Vikings. They need to settle the score. Tin looking for his target. 7-9 is on the outside. Both these teams 3v3. Picking up that nade. 7-9 navigating around the smoke. And here comes Spirit as well as Mika. Will take a bite out of that nade.
A massive one. Now it does actually break open the fight where we see one team trying to actually go in for the wide wraparound. Now they got the rest of these players boxed up inside of a tiny shack. All they really have to do, get those frag grenades done, but Superman, he does not really have time to charge up. He tries to high kill out of it. Viren just not allowing him to go in for the toss. And there we go. Viren now leading the fray. He's going to see if he can just get Trexy to shut him down. Viren does the job clean.
And looks like it's going to be an all-Malaysia finale, ladies and gentlemen, between CelcomDigi Alliance and 7-9. CelcomDigi Alliance, very high potential for them to score a double chicken dinner back-to-back. They are at 80% chance right now to score it. And what makes it even better is that they have 7-9 surrounded. Look at their position within the circle. Like 7-9, the moment they step out of this compound, they will meet with the crosshair of CelcomDigi Alliance.
Yeah, it definitely is going to be a rough spot for them to actually play out. So I would say if they already have the zone, they could just wait it out for the meantime while they are forming a little bit more that chokehold. CelcomDigi Alliance, all they really have to do is settle the scores between these two Tigers on the opposite side, but it is easier said than done.
I believe it's just a matter of time, unless we might see a surprise like how we saw earlier on, like how Jimmy OP won that chicken dinner for CelcomDigi Alliance. Maybe this time 7-9 can pull off a surprise as well. We do have Baron together with Trexy. See what they can pull off. We are at stage number 8. No circle at all for 7-9. And look at the blue, it's just right behind them. Trexy will be down on his knees. Now it's only Fear left for 7-9.
Yeah, so far very clinical plays coming out of these members of 7-9, while I think Luke has already been breaching right behind him, so it's really down to this very moment. Fear can he defend? I mean, we've seen him clutch before. He's got to fight it. but it is going to be CelcomDigi Alliance that secures another round of a win.
No Cinderella story this time, ladies and gentlemen. Pretty straightforward ending for CelcomDigi Alliance. But that also means that they scored 2 chicken dinners today. And I believe this is their 3rd chicken dinner overall since yesterday. Wow. This team, they're on the roll right now. I wouldn't be surprised if the overalls later, once we tabulate the scores, that they are number 1.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, despite the MVP title, I think that is still closely hung in there for some of the other players out there. So that being said, CelcomDigi Alliance with that back-to-back win, they should be poised for that number 1 spot as well. But the question remains, have they done just about enough to take over some of the names listed like HORAA Esports?
Well, they have done enough here in the elimination department by scoring 10 eliminations. So that's going to be 20 points for CelcomDigi Alliance. What a round this is for them. It's even more than the one before, and the fact that they maintain all 4 of their players towards the end, this is an even bigger improvement as compared to game number 1.
Yeah, and it was an absolutely menacing defense that they did manage to pull up, and even though we're on to their engages, I think that they've been looking relatively clean, especially with GLUBLUG backing them on every single measurement. This time, Cousin may not seem like the flashiest player because he walks away with no eliminations so far. While we look at GLUBLUG, that's where all the points are being funneled to.
Hey, and that's a great sign, right? Like, you're not overly dependent on to one player to perform. Like, if it doesn't perform, like there's another player, or maybe another player is like the main expected performer. I mean, it's GLUBLUG we're talking about, right? So they can put their chips onto GLUBLUG to come in with a performance. And he did show to the team this time, scoring them this chicken dinner. Now, besides CelcomDigi Alliance, like what you said earlier on during the cast, MGN Vikings Esports on a rise, currently at number 2, the second team to watch, followed by S10, who scored a 2nd place finish, and your pick, RRQ, is up here too.
Yeah, and overall, I think that they've played a great game so far, just having a very controlled manner of a stance, but once that circle kept pulling away and away, it really felt like RRQ has got no clear advantages. So that to be said, let's take a look at some of the hit-to-hit records that we do have on screen. We have Fearon from S10 versus Viking Esports' very own Superman.
Wow, okay. Hopefully, the Kryptonite is not in the game. If not, he might have a problem there. Being compared there. But this guy is not being compared with anyone, so it's going to be Iftar from CelcomDigi Alliance as our MVP this round, coming with 6 eliminations, 5 utilities used, and 693 damage.
Yeah, what's really surprising to me is that even when we move into Miramar, we're not really getting too much of those utils to be put out. But then again, Iftar is always going to be on the chart, so, well, we can absolutely forgive him in that sense. Let's take a look at the top performers of Game 2, where Iftar has been the main dude that not only dishes out plenty of damage to secure 6 elimination points, but there is also the point where Fearon's going to be pretty much match with Wunti on those 5 points respectively, but it's been 100% contribution from Fearon alone.
And out of all of them, Superman actually scored the highest damage. But the damage might not necessarily contribute to points. At the end of the day, it's all about the points. The CelcomDigi Alliance bringing in 20 points, followed by the Vikings 16 points and S10 11 points. That's the double-digit department. But for 4th Thrives, look at this contra. No placement points, no problem for them to be at number 6 with the 7 elimination points collected.
Yeah, that's true. And that's it. I would definitely think that in these upcoming rounds, it's definitely going to be a very, very tight race. Now, moving into Miramar, we're looking at a high ratio of headshots, while Pablo does secure some really nifty shots from downtown with 355 meters that's being covered. I'm kind of satisfied to see improving numbers on the throwables as well. So now, when we add all the points together, it is CelcomDigi Alliance that's holding that number 1 spot and kind of matching the numbers of HORAA in the form of frags as well. But with 3 chicken dinners, this is a score very hard to beat.
And on page number 2, we do have a few movers here. Naturally, since some teams they have not played they did not play the previous match, and some of them played starting this match. So we have Talon here coming into the top 16. That's the bare minimum for the teams to be able to make their way into the grand finals. But on page number 3, these teams will need to work out something here, including your pick, your potential future pick.
Potential. Yeah, I'll leave that for later. I still do have faith in them, but we're also looking at a lot of all these teams hailing from South Asia to have been able to thrive in majority of these battles. They're very eager and explosive, and therefore you're looking at some of the big numbers coming in from the side of HORAA Esports, where they don't really need a chicken dinner unless, you know, if they're going to be playing in a very different format that we've casted before.
Yeah, it is. That will be a problem if they don't score. But that's a different format altogether anyway. But now, we are going to head to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. So do not go anywhere. We'll see you guys after this. After 2 chicken dinners back-to-back, CelcomDigi Alliance, they deserve a break. We'll allow the other groups to roll, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 1 Decade, aka 10. My name is Stefan, together with Contra. We're still here with you and CelcomDigi Alliance. Man, what a run they've been having.
Yeah, so far it's been the Malaysian domination to kick off our first 2 matches. Now, moving back into Erangel, will they actually secure themselves the triple, though, if they're actually still on board? But definitely they've been earning their own break. So we're going to be watching Group B versus Group C. Now, it's definitely going to be looking very, very interesting on how this one could actually play out. So this time, I'm just having a tough call. Who should I actually vote for? So, you got any clues yet? Moving into this third game, now that, you know, the Malaysian team that's won 2 is sort of taking a break, we're definitely getting a new winner.
Yeah, so surely we're going to get one, and we have to do our due diligence. I was thinking along the lines of, it's so hard. Let's put in BTR for this round. Let's go.
Okay, you're going BTR. I'm going to go for VOIN Donkey this time. VOIN Donkey, VD.
Okay, so Contra locking in VOIN Donkey. Okay, all right. Anyway, they scored 2 chicken dinners yesterday, and they were on the roll. So, yeah, maybe they might be looking at the overalls and telling themselves that, hey, we lost our number 1 spot, so we want that one back. Maybe VOIN Donkey will score this one.
Absolutely, and to also top some of all these, of course, love onto the teams coming from South Asia. This time, production is going for DRS since, you know, he's voted for the first game on HORAA Esports. So I'm really liking on some of our predictions right now, and it's really down to the rest of these players to really do the talking. KillYT is on for, but I feel right at this moment, HORAA Esports, it's just about matter of time, right, before they actually land themselves a chicken dinner. Especially Sleepy today has been on the perfect form.
Yeah, I believe as well. Looking at how they've been performing yesterday and so far today, it's actually not too bad for HORAA Esports. I believe at some point they will score the chicken dinner, but they're not playing in this round. They're in Group A together with the CelcomDigi Alliance. So technically, if you want to put it into perspective, CelcomDigi Alliance is the team that stands between them and also the chicken dinner. But it's alright, there's still a lot more games to go. And like what you said, right, for DRS, KillYT, I'm pretty sure he wants to hold on to that overall MVP spot. So let's see what sort of performance he can put out together with DRS and maybe get the chicken dinner.
Yeah, that could be a potential right there. So we definitely want to see how that actually plays out. So that being said, when we move into this round, well, I would still be expecting, you know, maybe a little bit something that's going to be neutral, because the last we saw inside Erangel, I mean, come on, we start off the day, immediately we get ourselves the Sadovska military base. Now these players won't feel all too much of a surprise anymore.
Unless if it happens again, then it might be a surprise, or it might go, or they might go like, here we go again. And the group that actually skipped that made to the base is Group C. So Group might need to be brought back here into this round, ladies and gentlemen. Without further ado, we jump back onto Erangel as our match number 3.
Wow. If you're telling me that if it goes into Sonoska again, with this flight path skewered all the way up towards the third portion, that game really be trolling, right? So that said, we're starting things off by the edge of Justine Pollyanna, headed into the corners of Treasure. So the last we checked, I believe we saw a couple of fights breaking loose around to North George. That kind of see Team Secret actually battling up against one of the Indonesian squads out there. Correct me if I'm wrong, that was Blue Squad, and who knows, there might just be those kind of adjustments that we're looking at here, especially now with the involvement of Group C.
Yeah, so this will change up the dynamics, right? So I wouldn't mind if we see another mid-to-the-base circle. In fact, I wouldn't mind if it's like mid-to-the-base circle all the way. We will have at least a few more Erangels here today, so why not, right? Why not? So Let's see where will be the first clash point be. So far on the early drops like FaZe Clan, Trap Aeromacy, nobody's contesting for their spots. I'm keeping my eye on the Jogoput area. There seem to be more teams there. Maybe even like the Vikings might meet up with Vampire, depending on where they choose to drop. But it's going to be a kind circle. No military base, no party.
Yeah, and if you want military base, there's still like a slight tinge of it. I wouldn't really count my hopes on it though, but DRS, they kick things off this time with a very swift drive-by. Last we saw them when they were actually playing back in that Erangel run, I believe they were having a very tough result with them crashing out very, very early on. So that said, Yulo and some of the members of Sem9 don't exactly have those vehicles, but they're not too far off in farm. Could just be the situation where you just want to see if you could just stash a couple of all these stray loots and then regroup, recuperate, because inside farm, it isn't exactly a space where you have too much of all these high item spawns, so you kind of want to spread out for a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like the spread is working out for all these teams. You gotta think about it, like no early clash. This is a very rare situation considering that the flight path is like up north. Naturally, you might think that, oh, they might want to contest for the closest drop spots, but looks like it's not gonna happen. Peace and harmony as the beginning. But that also means that when we reach like the later stages, like maybe like circle 3 or 4 even, it will be explosive. There will be a lot of fights happening across the map.
Oh, yeah, that is to be certain. I guess it's just going to be a little bit of a hole. No fights just yet. Highlight it on my final word there. Is we have quite a number of players that drop into the treasure pool early on when we check that mini-map. So we'll definitely have to, once again, see once phase 1 closes up, will certain teams be opting to camp over on to those who have been starting off inside of North Church, while vampires have always moved inside of hospital grounds. It won't be all too difficult for them to actually navigate their way through. But what I'm looking at right now is some of the MVKE members who's actually looting upon Zarky so far away, while the rest of VOIN Esports hasn't really got a field day out just yet. Perhaps they're really testing out stuff where, you know, other than Pubg, I'm not exactly too familiar with the rest of the current roster that, at least maybe from the names of it, hard for me to tell.
Well, at least Yummy is still there. They are top fragger. But yeah, I guess in recent seasons, after they won their Southeast Asia Championship, PMSL Southeast Asia, we haven't get to see the best of VOIN Esports. So I'm also puzzled, like, why the significant dip for VOIN Esports? It's just so unusual to see them in this kind of situation. And even like today we might call it a off-season tournament. They have the license to just do anything they want, try out certain stuff here and there. But I'm sure the fans will have a certain level of expectation, and to see them at still pace number 3, not really putting in a good performance or at least a decent performance, it makes me wonder, like, what's to be improved for VOIN Esports?
Yeah, I really felt like their synergy kind of have fallen off for a little bit after, you know, you mentioned about that win, and right after, I don't know what exactly went on where they just seemed very disjointed. So I hope that with those kind of adjustments now brought into effect, VOIN Esports can treat this like a scrim if they really want to do it. If they really want to try hard, they can definitely push the kind of limitations that they have faced while they were on some of all these major tournaments. Todak, however, you know, so far, starting off with 7 points, still slightly better off as compared to FaZe Clan. That is very baffling to me, and FaZe Clan is sitting with the lowest amount of points possible.
Yeah, FaZe Clan with their new and refreshed roster, right? So far, only 2 points collected, so it's very unusual to see a brand name like FaZe Clan down there. Of course, if we want to give them the benefit of the doubt, they recently transferred in 3 players from HORAA Esports. So maybe they're still finding their rhythm with this new brand name, perhaps a new coach as well, or new coaching system, or maybe even gelling in with the original player of FaZe Clan, Macaris. So yeah, I mean they do, again, this is an off-season tournament, so they do have the license to quote unquote not perform. But if it's like all the way down there, like only 2 points as of now, then I wouldn't fault the management if they're kind of worried with the current roster.
Yeah, true enough. I mean, they could definitely use this as a test sort, but you still got to put in some form of efforts, because efforts here is Tron now going on a little bit of a goose chase up against some of the members of Todak, and understood that they kind of overextended, so they will try to pull back, single out 9, who's currently having a little bit more of that space in between right at this moment. You can also see Brian back online, while Nate T, I want to see what kind of impact does he bring holding on to this high ground.
If he can shoo off the members of Todak, at least he'll be able to secure this area for his teammates if they choose to come by. Well, of course, a bit of a risk taken by him to be up here alone. But he's able to like shield himself away from Todak. Todak does not have the information of like, oh, exactly how many people are up there. Todak naturally wouldn't push. So Nate, he has like the license to kind of like just be up here as long as he doesn't overexpose himself.
True enough, the golden rule is that if you're unsure, do not commit. So good onus coming in from the side of Todak to be disciplined enough just to, of course, steer clear away from danger and also put themselves in maybe a safer position. Now we're looking at 3 teams tanking out the first zone. It's only gonna tickle, so just about those bandages will come in pretty handy, or just pop up boosters. So that's it. I'm also looking at the bottom half portion. To me, it's just really boggling, right? You see names like DX, you see Talon, FaZe Clan, which we've seen back in PMSL. They definitely are super hard hitters, so evidently they're really going for certain trial and tests. But take a look at the current circle. A lot of all these teams will be brought forward into Pachinki.
Yeah, if you think about it, Contra, like this is the round that they have been very, very serious about. As of now, stage 2, still 64 players intact. We have not gotten this kind of result so far. But that number might change now that we have Xavier and Todak both inside of Pachinki, and Xavier, they never want to let go of Pachinki. Anyone who comes in, we need to face the wrath of Xavier.
Definitely, and if you talk about wrath, it is Nate T delivering it right through this doorsteps. Be quickly answered back by some of the other members as TDK having Peko over on the other side. Should be able to be a decent defense coming in from the side of Todak, as Real is already taking charge, going for a little bit more of that revive. But if it's going to be a time to strike, DX has got to do it now.
Oh, the trade fires now. Brian's currently down on his knees. Nate giving up down by 9. And 9 will finish him off. Looks like the first one will be secured by Todak himself. And now 9 with EBS. Kind of knows that somebody's inside that room. And now he's just playing this rather safe. But wow, the moment he shows back himself inside of that building, immediately gets gunned down by Powergen.
What a happenstance, right? Like, the moment he steps out is also the same moment that Powergen is pushing down the stairs at the very same time. So, tough luck. Well, Echo tries to throw in a grenade. He does have the S1 shotgun just to tease him for a little bit. It's like, I dare you. There's no way you could actually run off that corner. So this time, Todak only adds 1 point to the tower.
And the fight's not over yet. Looks like the Pachinki will be the center of attention. Here comes BTR as well. BTR looking for that opportunity. If they can get a knock onto a member of Xavier, perhaps they might push. But they don't have a good view yet. Anyway, they're not in a hurry, so they're fine. Stage 2, moving on to stage 3, will also kind of determine whether more teams will come to Pachinki or not.
True enough, and this is the home ground for Xavier. You could argue that in South Asia, there's also other teams that love this spot as well. I mean, Pachinki is just a wealth of loot, and you could just gets a couple of all these hard fake spots. So understandably why, but look at the current stat point. FaZe Clan has gotten himself in a little bit of a pickle. Playing around the low ground, trying to lob in some nades, while Chom's just going to go in for a very wide flank. That has to be spotted out. So, like you said, FaZe Clan now, with their fresh faces, Red Bull, previously Asha TH, is going to lead the fray.
I noticed a player is really far from the circle. I wonder who that is. It's a bit too small for me to work that one out, but maybe we will check that one out later. Now it's going to be FaZe Clan versus DRS, and Dewey jumps beautifully shot down by Dewey, and that's going to be DRS eliminated number 15. FaZe Clan, they start to collect more points.
Yeah, those were really beautiful connections out there. Well, still a lot more to be added to the list. If they can actually work towards a top 4, it will be extremely valuable. Meanwhile, by the quarters of town, we see Boom having pawned it to finally arrive at the scene. This could be checks after checks, gonna take a while. Somehow, for certain reasons, it really seemed like majority of all these players, they don't really want to commit into the urban setting just yet. Just decided to play by the suburbs and the outskirts.
But there are more teams actually that came in from the northern side of Pubg. Look at this, VOIN Donkeys here, and we have Boom Esports as well. I'll say hello to a lot more teams. I wonder if there are any other teams waiting on the outside. We'll probably check that one out later. Morphirin gets a one knock onto a member of RRQ, but because it's an urban area, even if you get that one knock, to get that finish, it's not going to be that easy.
Yeah, true enough. I definitely will take a while with all their members trying to pick them up, unless if it's just going to be a straightforward open field spray down, then you could definitely immediately secure it. Well, the rest of Boom Esports finally getting into the groove, getting into the rhythm, despite not really having those numbers of elimination points to be secured just yet. Whoa, this is going to be too dangerous as he steps towards the trap set by Vampire Esports.
And here comes Claw right in front of him. It's going to be Vampire Esports. Woohoo, the IGL eliminated. So it's now down to 3 players. In order for them to secure this win against Vampire Esports, we got Newsy here on screen, picking up his nade. And right where they want to go towards Newsy, looks like a boo-boo happened. Chipping, he naded out his own teammate. Oh no, this is bad for Claw Esports, but chance for Vampire Esports to fight back.
Yeah, that was the toughest ordeal when you are trying to actually win out the trade, and now you're on a deficit. Vampire Esports, you gotta find appropriate responses. Getting a little bit something out of the mini screen, so you guys could definitely check that out. While we continue on the journey, it is going to be the upcoming phase that may not see that hard shift. What, Yulo? Now, would the grenade exchange really putting in the damage numbers up against Boom?
And you spoke about a hardship. It is a hardship towards the Pachinki Hills. And now the Pachinki is still in the circle, but there's a big chance that the circle might not be within Pachinki in stage number 5. Anyway, these teams are already locked in inside of Pachinki, so the fight will continue on. Here comes VOIN Donkey.
Oh boy, there we go. Potato now charging right through as we are still looking at Graces slowly flipping his way throughout, while Pombit's just holding on to the other corner wall. Lambang goes for the rescue. That was a very close call as Razak is just pummeling them down with bullets after bullets, nades after nades, and Pubg gets caught out.
Oh, yes, VOIN Donkey so far. Clean execution by them. They finish off Pombit in the process, and here comes Razak with the spray. Double knockdown by him. VOIN Donkey will take over this compound. But Boom Esports, they still have Johan on the other building. Now VOIN Donkey is going in for him, going up to the second floor. They see him as Boom Esports will be eliminated at number 30.
This is just getting rowdier and rowdier. More and more challenges to Ruthless in this time around. Vikings gets to tag out players coming in from VK. That's it. It is going to be the demise of 7-9 in that sense where they could not afford to hold on for far too long. Well, Shapa QQ does actually get a catch over onto a member of REINCE. We'll see what's going on later. I mean, more teams crashing in the city and all of them hugging by the corner. If it's going to shift away or even if it goes deeper in, then it could be a very, very tough application for either side of the party.
I'll be looking forward to see if the circle actually moves away. Then all these teams will be forced to go out. That will be really, really fun. We still have Xavier, BTR, and a couple of other teams like ASI8 is around the corner as well. And the last we checked, the team that's on the Pubg hill is REINCE Esports. So if anyone wants to take over the hill, they have to fight against REINCE Esports. And we know the firepower capability of REINCE. Yeah, you really need to be very tactful on how you overtake REINCE and take over that Pubg hill.
True enough. I mean, he's always going to be pretty slippery at the very same time as well. BTR, they took the trenches. They do have 2 compounds to work with over onto the far south. Now, where MVKE places themselves is pretty smart of a position, despite, some of the members of MVKE probably would like to take different spots if they really want to. It's just that they will worry about being isolated. Now, Chua understands there's definitely going to be more and more of these people making their way through, so they don't really want to interrupt too much. While Aeromacy getting bombarded from that low ranger, news he's going to go down. Well, he just made his step into this ring. So,
those are Vampire Esports. They chose to go out. And now they'll fight against Aeromacy as Venom will secure another elimination point for himself by running over a member of Vampire Esports. And on top we have Mela here, but Mela lost the 1v1 even though he had a high ground advantage.
Wow, that was huge. And close is not over yet. The rest of RQ, they're hoping to circle back at them. Well, it's been 5 elimination points for the rest of RQ. Tough book out, but it seems like it's way for now.
Long range by Berntia, trying to get Venom, but that tree is just not giving him that line of sight that he would have wanted. They are to secure this elimination point. They are going in, and they will secure it. That is it for Driver Messi at number 10 with 4 eliminations.
Yeah, it felt like these kind of clashes were pretty much unavoidable. Else, it's just going to be them deciding on this gridlock situation inside of Pubg. And looking at the update, this is only going to touch the western tip of Pubg. So you could expect a lot of all these compounds to be out of the available zone. Federalis finally gets on board as well. So that's going to be the first knock. No kills thus far from BTR.
And the circle still has Pubg in it, also to point that out as well. So we might see like some of these teams just still hugging into Pubg, especially for those who were already in there. While REINCE Esports, they're still being chilling on top of the Pubg hill. Focusing now on the Xavier, BTR's in front of them. BTR, they do not circle, but FaZe Clan, they want to challenge REINCE Esports. Here we go.
As we have the rest of FaZe Clan now trying to negate all these members being swept by the rest of these members of FaZe Esports as they crash right through. Giving out over the high ground. He does get the glitch, but look at how swiftly Doc just covers his own track, tangoing all around as he still stays alive. But the rest of FaZe Clan now get the hunch where exactly they're going. And there's barely enough room where Chopper QQ, he rushes through, but Top still goes in for that trade.
And it's going to be a 1v1 now. What? Wait a second. Oh, from the side. Oh, come on, man. Come on, Lapa. Come on, let him finish the job. Ah, that's a party pooper.
And there's even more party poopers coming in away. And GTR driving right through Razy. He's trying to do something about this situation, but they get shut down instead by Kiwi. All in the hands of that S1 shotgun.
Oh, man. Now the fights are starting to erupt non-stop as we will see Red Bull burned down by Lapa now. RX going in to find a member of FaZe. That's going to be Chewy. They surround him. There's nowhere for him to go. as Spaceman will be out, but this time, at least a decent amount of points collected.
Yeah, this reminds me of a old game that I used to play on the PC, where the small fish gets eaten by a bigger fish, and the bigger fish hits the biggest one. So it just keeps on devouring. And take a look at the reason why they fight. This is because of that separation between the city and the hills that is going to be in the firm control of RRQ right now, which is why these teams were just hoping to muscle their way through. BTR, they came in from the south side of the city, and they were pretty much sitting ducks. They just have to find a way to force their way through, but it wasn't enough to take out some of these guys, so it's been rough. So RQ now in the driver's seat.
I wonder which old game are you referring to, since our definition of old is pretty different. But anyway, what's
so
not
old? I
old
don't
is-
even remember the name.
Yeah, that's definitely not helping, but I'll give you time. We can talk about that later. But what we're talking about right now is going to be the Xavier and the Vikings. Both teams from the Vietnamese region, and the Xavier, so far so good, but it's still Superman getting the things to deal with. It's going to be Chua on the second floor, then going in for the hunt. Then from the back, Chua dancing around. Could he win this 1v1 fight with the blue coming in onto him?
Oh!
He is winning this fight! Chua telling his coach that he deserves to be in the main lineup.
That's crazy! How many times Tim shot and he could not actually land a blow onto Chua, and he does survive, but actually not for long. Of there, devouring everybody who did not leave the city. Now Talon's also in trouble because they're being a rather late. Here comes Casanova going for the spray down as they do find members of VOIN Donkey out in the field. So this is just going to be open spray down for Casanova.
Okay, I just remembered that there was a farewell post for Chua leaving the Xavier, but he's playing. So now I'm rather confused. Like, is he back? Is he not back? Is this someone else? We'll figure that out later, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, it's going to be RRQ, the king of the hill. Look at this, 11 elimination points so far.
I'm not too sure whether if they pulled a very safe April Fool's prank or not, or he's just taking a vacation and he's like, hey, I guess I'm not going for retirement pants just yet. Not really from afar, but it's just too swift as we look at the race car just zooming right past VOIN Donkey. I mean, my vote definitely came pretty close on a 4th place finish. They did manage to secure themselves 5 elimination points, but RRQ right now, they got to handle this situation where Talon has been able to reach right across, and they're just hoping to hunker down from the high ground. And RRQ, they say, you know what, maybe it's not worth it. We just have to take a better space nearer to the south.
And here comes Circle as well in about 30 more seconds. This could change a lot of things. Depending on where the Circle will go. Anyway, for Talon and RRQ next to each other. While ASI8, they're taking the chill approach. They don't want to be part of this. They're probably hoping for Talon and RRQ to cancel each other before they come in.
True enough, and here comes Zypha. Just trying to bait out some of the members, but it doesn't seem like either one of these parties are falling for it. But ASI8, take a look at Crypto's position. Crypto is got Solomon over on the corner. He did not actually check, so that's going to be a free pick.
And here comes Aqua from the lower ground trying to get his target. But doesn't have a good clear line of sight. But instead he exposed himself. And the Talon, they will take advantage of that. Lapa has arrived, but Lapa will need to win this 1v1. And Lapa will make sure that he will not lose this fight.
Well, this is coming to a close where ASI8, they do have members who are very close to the corner zone, so they are trying to at least open up some of those opportunities. Zypha is going to be very pivotal as he goes in for the jump shot, leaving himself vulnerable. That nade's going to be tossed right at him. Once again, Hayok, he's only so low in health. No time for him to reset, and ASI8 could potentially close it off with a chicken dinner.
Unless a miracle can happen here. RRQ Lapa against the world. They already have 12 eliminations so far. And now here comes ASI. They saw the smoke. They know that Lapa is around this area. Scout is out. Here comes Crypto. Lapa. Step 4. Sprays on the Crypto, but Crypto with a buggy slickly moves away.
Yeah, very, very cheeky. Well, there is still 4 members of
There you go.
ASI8 who just runs them over to secure themselves the chicken dinner for South Asia Day 2.
And here is it, chicken dinner, ladies and gentlemen, ASI8. But we also have to give it to RRQ. They scored at least 12 eliminations. So who knows? There could be a chance that they could be the one to take home the most points in this round.
Perhaps so. I mean, it's been a really difficult run for majority of these guys who have been deciding to play inside of Pachinki or not. RQ, at first they were holding it at power ground after winning some of all these trades. They didn't seem to outlast some of these guys coming from ASI8 who took a rather slower approach to be able to take some of all the outskirts of the city, and therefore that's kind of how they've been able to at least activate Casanova over on the late game with great positioning in control of ASI8.
Yeah, a total of 6 eliminations collected by ASI8. So if it's only 6 and RRQ scored at least 12, there's a good chance that RRQ actually scored more points than ASI8, which we will tabulate the scores officially later on, ladies and gentlemen. But ASI8 this time, like what we mentioned during when the round was going on, is that they just waited for teams to just cancel each other before they come in, and that's a smart strategy. At the end of the day, you don't need to be involved with fights that you see unnecessary.
True enough, and you just gotta pick the very right moment, and ASI8 done just that. So it wasn't exactly an easy fight, as you can see the amount of damage that they've been able to soak overall. So it is still going to be quite the results that ASI8 could definitely feel a little bit more relief of after securing it. But taking a look into this round, I think that, like you said, RQ, they definitely show up really strongly, and then Dingos have definitely had some glimpse of brilliance as well. We are starting to see improvements coming from utils from everybody else.
Yeah, and of course improvement for RQ this round. 12 eliminations as compared to ASI8 scoring 6, so that's double the amount. And naturally, the damage output will be higher as well. 1780 for RRQ, ASI8 1081. When it comes to heals as well, if you're engaged with more fights, also naturally, you will need to heal up a bit more, and that's given to RRQ. But the MVP is also given to a player from RRQ. It has to be Lapa with 5 eliminations and 893 damage.
Yeah, I kind of wish, like I vote closer towards the later stages so RRQ could just pop up like this again. Despite, that they were eventually getting outnumbered by the time that they hit over the late game, just soaking too much pressure from all sides. But Lapar, he can handle the heat. He has been really showing up in this matchup, and other than that, I think Chua has gotten some really vital positions in order to also stack away doing major damage in this round.
Yeah, and I'm still confused whether that is Chua because there was a farewell post, so I don't know, man. I don't know. Is it one of the scams or something, or is he retrying? I have no idea at this point. It's so interestingly confusing. But what's not confusing is that RRQ locks in 18 points, ASI8 16 points, and D Xavier 10 points collected just by fight after fight inside of Pachinki itself. But too bad for 79 Pubg Esports and DRS Gaming. No points collected by them in this round. Looking forward to the next round for them to be able to recover themselves.
That's right. Quickly, as we take a look at some of the stats that we do have, certain players we were kind of knocked out outside the zone, while headshots are starting to improve, but throwables definitely a significant advancement compared to back in game 1. So therefore, all the other stats pretty much stock standard. Is there going to be major shifts? RRQ and Vampire Esports now moving up the list on 5th and 6th respectively. More so, I'm even more surprised. Vampire Esports now puts up 47 points, but there is a huge gap in between where we're also looking at Vikings and RQ to be tied at 54.
And I'm also looking at REINCE Esports, right? Like, they started the campaign with a chicken dinner and they are slowly sliding down right now to number 8. Though they're not out of the top 16 yet, but yep, it's REINCE Esports we're talking about, right? I'm sure a lot of fans would want to see them perform well. Now on page number 2, ASI8. After that chicken dinner, look at the leapfrog here. 10 notches up.
Wow, that's absolutely huge. SI8 definitely breathing a very big sigh of relief with this chicken dinner of 16 points acquired. Well, naturally, certain teams will also surpass those who are not currently playing. What I'm really surprised of is that not too much has really shaken up in the positive matter for Alter Ego, Glue, Boom, FaZe Clan, or even Todak at the very same time. So we'll give them as much time as they need because this entirety of the playoffs will run throughout the entire week.
Well, speaking about running, we'll need to run for a break, ladies and gentlemen, before we come back for the second half. So do not go anywhere. We'll see you guys after this break.
Welcome back, folks, as we bring you even more action moving into day 2 of our Invitational Showdowns. Once again, your boys here, Cloud, as well as Contra, to bring you the heat, where we're looking at the streak broken from the side of our CelcomDigi Alliance members who've been able to get those back-to-back win, and that streak stopped by ASI8. Now that the Alliance is actually coming back into it, this time moving into Miramar, it's going to be a change of scenery, so it will definitely see where if ASI8 can also form their own domination moving into this map.
Oh yeah, but ASI8, they will need to face up against CelcomDigi Alliance since Group A and Group B are both playing this time. So let's see, like what you said, right? Can CelcomDigi Alliance continue the streak? To be fair to them, of course, they didn't play in the previous round, so that's where other teams get the opportunity. But if they are able to make it like another 2 back-to-back, basically the entire day is theirs. But will you put in the meta prediction?
Yep, and I just gotta check if B Saver is playing in this one. So if they are, I think that I want to vote them here for Miramar.
Ooh, they are playing.
Okay.
So you can? All right. So let's bring on my boys as well. CelcomDigi Alliance. Let's put it in.
You want them to just win out the whole thing, huh? So I get it. Very, very good option. So today, nobody's been able to get it right just yet. REINCE Esports. Well, you can always trust these guys to always do well. So we did actually ask the question earlier, like what really happened other than, you know, the first chicken dinner back in day 1. Suddenly it just felt like it wasn't fully their whole potential to be displayed. We definitely know that they are much better than this. So what do you think it is?
Well, I don't know, man. It's so hard to tell, right? Like, you still see the same lineup. No changes in the lineup at least. And in day 1, they did pretty well, even though they didn't score the chicken dinner, but they were good moments as well. So I don't know. It's so hard to tell. Maybe it's not them, right? Maybe it's like the other teams starting to rise up and they're starting to see the challenge from like teams like CelcomDigi Alliance, for example, who scored a double. So that kind of like became the gatekeeper between them and also performing as well as they would have liked like yesterday.
Yeah, I think like you actually make a very fair point in that sense. So we'll definitely have to see. There's still many more days for them to, you know, play catch up. They don't exactly have to, you know, burn everything out in terms of their stamina in the first couple of days just yet. So that said, we're getting ourselves ready for yet another exciting round of Miramar.
Oh yeah, here comes Miramar with a different set of groups. Group A and Group B, you know, second half for today. Last 3 games for today, ladies and gentlemen, as we head on to Miramar here. What kind of circle are we going to get? So far, the circles have been pretty nice in Miramar. Hopefully, we get an interesting one. I will vote for Impala circle.
Oh, I definitely do love myself a little bit of that Impala ending. Or you know what, throw a curveball, go all the way up north, have that battle happen at the Oasis to see who will get that chicken dinner. That is going to be something that is going to be pretty special if it ever happens, but very likely that not it won't, because if you guys notice, like majority of the time when there is a center water ratio, then the circle will very likely be peeled away from the ending.
Yeah, gone are the days where we get a fully water circle, right? Ever since like the introduction of what we call the esports mode, so it will always go towards the land. At most we'll see a bridge circle, but even that is like super duper rare. So even if you see like 50% water in this circle, you can expect that circle to pool all the way to the land. So it's easier for the teams to read.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, there are certain rare occasions where it ends up somewhere around Val de Mar and it is still going back to land, right? It's never going to be directly in between the river where they're just swimming instead of fighting. So I'm glad that, you know, in esports modes, you get to sift away some of these portions. Team 24 goes in for the first knock. And instead, it's actually his teammate that gets knocked down. So what really went on? Gotta get a really close look at this.
So we're gonna get a view now. In fact, there are like 2 different fights happening, including the one that's on the mini screen. But on the bigger screen, we're gonna see 4 Thrives here up against eArena. And eArena is on the 2nd floor. 4 Thrives, they're going up. Okay, they do have a stun grenade. Okay, stun grenade. Door closed just at the right timing. Oh man, that was so clever.
Yeah, very swift advancements coming out. Now we finally get a little bit more glimpse coming in from Claw, and as I do say that, they are already going back and forth. As Jiki is unhappy about having some visitors by the quarter of Minas Generalis, Ray's getting very active early on. Funny to me is that moving to Miramar, teams are getting even more explosive.
And yeah, the fight's happening here, even though it's a bigger map. Way more explosive than the Erangel match previously. And here's GLU Squad versus VOIN Esports. We got Haspi here, jumps down to the ground floor. Grace, nice jump shot by Grace to finish off Xbox. 1 more to go on the other side.
Very clean work, and now he's going to be looking towards securing yet another one. Hoping to get the 3-5 done, but oh, great connection of shots as we are looking at another bump coming right through, but where we are headed to, Hacienda del Patron as we have DRS taking on FaZe Clan. With Chama now moving on to the UMP, Killer YT now leaps out to that window. The rest of FaZe Clan pretty much boxed right in. 2 members left for the side of DRS, but they're holding strong. Getting them down is all down to Red Bull right now.
Oh, and looks like GLU Squad officially eliminated by the hands of Grace, the hero of VOIN Esports. Now focusing on the DRS Gaming from the side is going to be Delta. Nice opening found by him. Together with Killer YT, they will take out the members of FaZe Clan, but FaZe Clan they fire back. They got Killer YT instead. And DRS now down to only Delta left.
Wow. No mets whatsoever. He still has a full helmet intact, but with his health bars, I mean, the hit shot that does connect will definitely eliminate it still. Red Bull now on the other quarter. If Red Bull gets to secure the final blow, then he could still go in for full revives, but here comes... He will pick up Shopper. He knows that this is his timing. So he's going to go in for the swing. And oh, Delta gets punished. FaZe Clan, they do survive.
Wow, Red Bull. He was on point there. He was so focused. He probably heard the footsteps. Immediately switches his crosshair to land that shot. Man, Red Bull still at the top of his game. Hopefully FaZe Clan will be able to collect more points and burst up to like at least the top 16. But now, 4 tries at eArena, this has to end.
Yeah, Kill Witch, they managed to get that one down. Talon now going for the rush. And it is going to be another glorious opening for the side of 4 Tribes. Their early game always looks so strong.
Yeah, 4 thrives. So far, 4 elimination points. The last time we saw them getting 7 elimination points, they didn't score any placement points, and that's still pretty okay, I must say. And those points were collected at the very early stages of the game, so they are having the same pattern again. And if the objective again is still just to be in like the top 16, this could be good enough.
Yeah, you made a very solid point. Like, you don't always need to fight for that #1 spot. You just need just about enough points. So right now, if you could just maybe secure 27 points per day run, that is more than healthy enough for them to be able to just make it their way past through. So, of course, a lot of all these matches played out within the span of the day. We'll see them play at least, 4 maps at the very least. So it is just going to be navigating throughout the course corner. Oh, we got ourselves a camel inside of the shack. So, Potato, when's he going to get this camel out? Is another question.
This should be the event. The recent event that I believe it's ended or ending, either one. But it's unique. It's unique that the fact that they can still summon the camel. All right. Anyway, so just some fun facts about the camel. You have to treat the camel like an actual animal. And what I mean by that is that if it sees a wall and you're riding it, the camel can automatically jump.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. And if it sees a tree in front, it will like just move aside and go around the tree. So it's not like your typical vehicle will be driving a wall or a tree, like it will just crash in. Just like how Shopper is crashing in here.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, great clean takedowns as FaZe Clan see a great surge of points over on this side. 5 points, highest so far, compared to the rest of the parties that have taken some of the fights, such as Four Tribes early on, alongside with Team Secret. Other than that, Boom Esports, this is also another big start for them, hopefully finding a little bit more momentum to get up and above on the standings.
Oh, at the same time, Zero's got Doc. Looks like REINCE Esports, they will lose one of their main fraggers here. And they fell to the hands of Team Secret, currently dominating with 5 eliminations. And GK is on his way in case any other members of REINCE choose to come by. But on another side of the map, looks like ASI8. They are busy with CelcomDigi Alliance.
To get Wood cuts in, first one to go down as UCM gets tagged up instead by GLUBLUG to be able to back him up. Jimmy OP, will he be safe? It seems like they actually went in for the confirm. So who's I gonna be going for a couple of balls? Well, he goes in for a big flank. He does seem like he has what it takes to actually overwhelm them, but it's just gonna be a 1-for-1, leaving only GLUBLUG behind.
And the CelcomDigi Alliance, they need to recover quickly because here comes Crypto. I doubt he'll be able to reach in time. CelcomDigi Alliance could have had their a teammate picked up. Yep, that's it. Iftar is back up. And in fact, he's healing right now. He should be back up to 80%. So Crypto, the best for him to do is to save his teammate first. But GLUBLUG knows that he's there. And GLUBLUG would deny that save away.
Yeah, it's just a chance out here. Well, Ruthless now getting tagged. Frankie just making sure that he just raced right through the wall. So a lot on his plate. Goes in for the jump shot. Not quite enough. Another member taken out for Sirens.
Team Secret still in the fight with REINCE. Zero right now. He with his S10 all alone. One of the best weapons to pull off a clutch, in fact. If there's any weapon to be able to pull off a clutch, it's going to be the S10. But now Team Secret will rush in all together. He just gets one. Not able to secure the elimination point, yet gets another one. Maybe this could be a clutch by Zero. One more to go. Zero is pretty low. He doesn't have the time to heal. And Zero, 1v1, jump shot after jump shot. Trying to land that shot to pull off this big clutch.
You can see how hyper-focused he is. Zio now gets to actually put a med pack over onto his body just to heal up. But on the other quarter, it seems like he's allowing Team Secret to actually go in for a reset, but there is going to be a retaliation. So that isn't going to be a full save just yet. Getting some angles coming from the top. Frankie takes notice, so he's not going to be able to just get that free revive for the meantime. And Frankie still nails him down.
Oh man, towards the next I was hoping for a clutch. At least there will be a good highlight moment there, but hey, I mean, it's Frankie that we're talking about, a former D-Xavier, multiple championships to his name. If there's any player you can expect to come out with a clutch like that, it's definitely going to be Frankie.
Yep, and he's always win those kind of scuffles, so great to actually see him back in his form. So, D-Xavier starting off with pretty much a decent run, despite, points aren't exactly all to secure just yet. So, looking at the current scenario, Alter Ego have already booked a decent spot. Remember this, the circle moves all the way far northeast. So, initially it was Impala. So, over on the south side, it will start to get a little bit more congested.
Ooh, that's where we can expect to see more fights then. But it also depends on where Stage 3 will go as well. But for now, Champions Esports, aka C1, looking down over at Alter Ego. D-Xavier, oh, I thought they're done. Okay, looks like D-Xavier. They're now in a fight with 4 Thrives. 4 Thrives firing back to Paragen. Paragen knocked down. Chua taking a decent amount of damage from the blue as well. He does have the first aids to heal back up. But does he have time to save Paragen? That's going to be the bigger question.
That's true, and right now just soaking in a little bit of that pressure of the zone. Tron still has a couple of all these first aid kits to utilize. Take a look at VOIN Donkey. They're about to actually reach right in. Now, do they actually crash towards Champions Esports or FaZe Clan? It seems like they want to take on Champions instead.
Oh, what a circle. This is what we're talking about. This is what we're talking about. Interesting circle for our team to overcome. Now, for Thrives to overcome this blue, they need to find a way. They're about 1,700 meters away. Stage 3. This is the moment where we start to look at their healing utility to see if they have enough to tank it out.
Yep, and all that T24 has right now is just to go behind the truck. Don't want to overcommit. Nate actually bled outside of the blue zone. What really went on right there? Chua on the exchange. Now I start to get what's happening. Both teams on the blue zone, stage 3. Yeah, it's starting to actually hurt a little bit more than they think. So we go back to the fight. It's VOIN Donkey that actually overwhelms CelcomDigi Alliance.
Oh, exactly. And CelcomDigi Alliance, they lose one player. They will lose Iftar as well. 2 players down. And VOIN Donkey, they want their #1 spot back. And what better way to take out the #1 team right now, CelcomDigi Alliance?
That's right. I mean, if they really want to hunker down and play spoilers, they could actually do so. Chong this time gets dropped instead. T24 is absolutely on fire at this moment. Well, who had the last laugh is 4 Tribes.
But T24, can he heal up in time? He should be able to. Now it's a matter of getting into the circle because it's starting to hurt. Especially if it moves towards stage #4, then, well, hopefully he's in the circle by that time. But CelcomDigi Alliance, after coming out from that break, well, I guess they deserve an extra break. #9 for elimination points.
Well, it will definitely take a while longer before they get enlisted for another big battle. So quickly as we take a look, Team Secret currently holds the most, where they managed to secure 9 total elimination points just by fragging out, and now there's only 8 more teams available. Quick dodges coming in from the side of Grace. I want to see how far can they actually take this. Oh, great shot from Haigdame.
But there ends Grace and his heroic run from before to the hands of HORAA Esports, and HORAA Esports finally opening up their account this round with their first elimination. As we shift forward to VOIN Donkey, looking for more. 2 players of Team Secret down. Wonder where are the other members of Team Secret? As we look at the next phase of the circle, it should go towards the land in the middle. And will it get a confirmation here? All right. Not too middle, but towards the northern side where HORAA Esports is at.
This is a very horrible circle for the players, but we absolutely do love watching it. Still, about 35% of that map is surrounded by water in the upcoming phase, so a lot of all these fights will definitely take place around this current hut that player 14 is currently holding out. So I want to see, can they actually just pull off the meanest defense to hold back even the likes of Champions Esports?
Yeah, at this point, if we were to look at the overalls, right? So HORAA Esports, they are #2. They are behind CelcomDigi Alliance by a handful of points. So if they do well this round, they can overtake that #1 spot. Although, it doesn't really matter at this point because it's all about getting into the top 16. But it's good bragging rights. And I'm pretty sure HORAA Esports, they will want that sort of bragging rights.
True enough, and these definitely still have more to prove before they, of course, brag about anything at all. As the round's far from over. Potato now carefully looking for those kind of space, gets back into Chicago. Well, Urcas has gotten Frankie pretty much boxed in, so what more can they do from this standpoint onwards?
And C1 now looking to fight their way through. The other players are still behind, not in the circle yet. Rather they have to deal with Team Secret. Team Secret, what a nade on the Frankie! Wow! Where did that nade come from? But here comes VOIN Donkey!
Fire in a hole! Does it actually connect? Seems like it's blocked a little bit far too wide. to me, it's been pretty impressive on how Champions has been able to just hold out despite being very relatively on the open ground. Well, tags after tags, Mexi's going to slowly tear it away, but it does not stop them on the tracks just yet. He might be descending, but that kind of switch up on position definitely put them into hot soup.
And let's see who will be in the hot soup as these teams will be forced to move forward after this stage. Very likely that the circle will move away. Well, you gotta think about it, HORAA Esports, they're just been chilling on the other side of the circle, allowing all these teams to cancel each other. As for Champions Esports, okay, let's see if Atomic can pull off something here. Pull off a surprise against VOIN Donkey. He's the closest one. I'm not sure if they know that he's there. And Balja, knocked down. Atomic, he has to pull off a big one here in order for them to win.
And then here we go. Atomic dancing all around. He does find it with the S12K. Just carefully maneuvering with the line of sight that he has, and now going for potatoes, going for it, and then goes for combat, but he will be swifter coming in from the side of Potato, holding them down. This is where Atomic lands another killer blow. So it's all down to that 1 versus 1. Few more seconds and the blue zone sets right in. Barely any space left in the nade. Oh, from downtown. It is FaZe Clan to shut them off completely.
Yeah, FaZe Clan was monitoring the situation. They were like, okay, we'll come in later and pick up those points, be the cleanup crew, and that's exactly what they did. But now Alter Ego is doing the same to FaZe Clan, trying to block them from coming into the circle. As Badru, now right in front of him, 2 players of FaZe Clan at least, one of them within the circle. Badru, overwhelmed with the current situation, he will leave this one.
Yeah, and right now, in the top 4, all the teams only have 3 members apiece. No full squads whatsoever, so consider it pretty even. But the power of having these compounds, the power of being in between either regions is going to be one of the solid strength, but can they hold out till the very end? If it shrinks directly in the center, then it might just be bad for Alter Ego, but for the meantime, this looks as solid gets.
By the age of this blue, Champions Esports still looking for an opening to come in, but the next gatekeeper will be Alter Ego. And FaZe Clan as well, let's not forget about them having that high ground. So whoever who moves forward and they start to fight, they forgot about like FaZe Clan is up there. FaZe Clan could get a good clear shot, so it's something for them to consider as well. Basically, we got 3 teams here on the left side of the circle. And for HORAA Esports, they just need to wait at the right side and, you know, let them cancel each other. Let the circle just shift. It doesn't matter for HORAA Esports. Very, very high chance for HORAA Esports to get this chicken dinner.
I definitely do agree. I mean, all they really have to do is play their cards right. They don't need to be the instigators. They don't really have to force anything at all. Take a wish. Just a little bit of a light tap onto Gui just to try to flush him away. So, driving all the way back. Very interesting. They didn't really open far as well, because seemingly they would be able to do so. While Shopper QQ, he's always been the sentinel for the team, and now we'll see where he could actually spot something with his naked eye.
Look at this, HORAA Esports. I guess they got kind of bored. They want to try to check it out, like, oh, what's happening on that side? But they're still putting themselves in a pretty safe state. If they need to fall back, they can. Because they're quite far with FaZe Clan. Chopper just spraying down to HORAA Esports, but I doubt he's going to get much out of this.
True enough. Just very difficult terrains to work with. Whatever nook and cranny of trees that you can hide just to prone out, it definitely will be beneficial. Right now, Sky still brings the S12K to play, so a lot of these players, they're actually going into short sequences of fights, so we want to keep our eyes peeled out. If there's going to be some random stuff that we really have to first handle, but that's it. They know that somebody's in the vehicle, so with these tags, perhaps that player would be able to take very good notice of these compounds.
Maybe that tap might be something here. Okay, Haidami's looking at a moving vehicle. We're not sure who that vehicle who's in that vehicle, but I guess it's one of the players of HORAA. If not, he would have put the trigger. So yeah, he will let that one go. It's probably his teammate anyway. Time to get into the circle. Stage number 6. And Haidami hitching a ride with Sky. And let's see, where are they going to go? They're still going to play this rather safe. Still on the right side, it seems.
It's just so difficult for these guys on the outskirts to really bypass. You see that wherever they turn, this time not really having any focusing unit. Maybe they just really have to wait for teams to once again commit to certain acts. And say 14 for a particular zone. It's been quite some time. I mean, for the past 3-4 minutes, nobody faltered.
Yeah, that's what happens if you're at stage 5 with only like 4 teams left. So naturally, that happens. And also because of this terrain, like everyone has their own corner, everyone can hide from each other. So they're taking a bit of a slow pace. But now they'll be forced to move because of the zone is starting to close. Here comes FaZe Clan against Champions Esports. Champions Esports. You do have them at the lower ground. Red Bull will be punished. And here comes Champions looking for the next target. But Kino will be gunned down. Dewey, last stick of health. He needs to revive himself. He needs to heal up himself.
Here goes Spalja! Oh, is he gonna get it? No! A very close call, but Chopper once again clutching out these situations on his shotgun. And now it's gonna be a little bit more of that relief. Dewey just tries to book it all the way over his outside, which is still relatively playable, but take a look who's here. Badru is tossing that nade.
Here comes Badru from the top. He does have the high ground advantage. To finish off Red Bull, there's going to be another point into the pocket of Alter Ego. Badru takes a lot of damage, 10% of health left. He has to back off, but then again, gunned down by Sky from the other side. Monitoring the situation from before. And now player 014 trying to scout out the members of HORAA Esports. They know that they're there, but they don't have a good clear line of sight.
Yeah, it's just so tough. HORAA Esports currently didn't pray. And take a look at that position control. So deep into the hay bales that you can almost just hand them the chicken dinner right now. I mean, it's still pretty much a decent fair fight. The two squads are happy, but as you can see, they're being an absolute nuisance going for those spray downs.
And Haidami gets Badru. Alter Ego probably has only one active player left. Or make that 2 active players. HORAA Esports. The only thing that will kind of stop them is probably if the circle hard chips away and they're forced to go out in the open, then maybe they will be gunned down. But let's see here. They still get the circle. Man, they still get the circle, Contra. This is HORAA Esports' game to lose.
That's right, and speaking of which, HORAA Esports now finding themselves in the perfect spot possible where teams really have to either drive towards them or run towards them. Having such a major region of control, and that full send just to hold this position from the get-go has been pretty much rewarding them tenfold right now. But keep in mind, Chopper has been the main highlight player for this entire lobby for quite a while now. So I want to see if we're going to see this show you, well, or should I say it, Chopper to be able to eventually close up a little bit more of that region with now Badru pinning them out. Haidami, I mean, he can't afford to actually take any form of
Fire comes in. And looks at player 014 is now down on his knees. Here comes Dewey, 1v1. Dewey will lose the 1v1. He's still going to be Sky, winning that fight. And Pablo's on the other side, representing Alter Ego. Pops out that smoke just to blind the vision of his opponent. But it's still going to be HORAA Esports dominating right now. 3v2 at this moment. Both teams pretty much within the circle. Can HORAA Esports wrap things up against Alter Ego? Only 2 players left.
very close call. There's just too much smoke. Here comes Supreme, driving by. Is he gonna be able to find it? Is it enough? And that is it. That vehicle just popped by the rest of these members with Sky bursting it down. Only one member left from the side of Alter Ego as they are on the hunt. Badru, he says, I'm not going to waste any more time. I'm just going to unleash whatever I have. Now drawing the attention of two of these members as he tries to leave on pressure. Can he land a shot? No, can do, sir. As HORAA Esports, the Purple Hearts, have secured victory in Miramar.
And that's what we have always said since yesterday. At some point, HORAA Esports will score the chicken dinner, and they did. They did it against Alter Ego towards the end, ladies and gentlemen. Rejoice, Purple Hearts, HORAA Esports is in the house. And with this chicken dinner, there is a chance they could be at number one.
Very, very strong chance at that, Surfa. I mean, take a look at how surgical they actually played out this matchup with their positioning. It is so difficult for any of these teams to be able to reach them because they were planted at the best spot possible. So once they manage to clear out some of all these guys out there, it's just going to be smooth sailing. And once more, this is going to be Sky popping off with those 5 elimination points.
Man, and he wants his MVP for himself. It'll be interesting to see who is our MVP for the day later on. As of now, HORAA Esports coming in with those eliminations. I'm really interested. I'm really curious to see later on, like, how many points do they have if they got that number one spot? There's a likelihood that they have, but of course, we'll let our officials do the job later on. As for now, Sky, with these 5 eliminations, there's a good chance that he could be the daily MVP.
Yeah, and I would definitely say that he is actually on the very right trajectory in doing so. So, HORAA Esports, they are still having a hot streak, and so long as they keep up to the momentum for these upcoming days, I think they should be pretty much set for the grand finals.
Oh yeah, no doubt with their current performance, right? And it's not an easy round for them. Like, they had to travel a lot amongst the other teams, like 10,963 meters traveled by HORAA Esports. So that's one. It may look easy towards the end, but that's because they took the best position possible for them, and they were favored by the circle as well. But before that, 10,000 meters of travel into this kind of circle wasn't easy for them.
Not at all. I mean, it was just traversing majority of the time, and then once they do find that right timing to actually swing right through, getting that spot over onto the open grounds is just perfect for them. Where other teams, they were just sitting by the church, sitting by the corner of the hilltop, and they just have to cancel each other out. So it was rather difficult, but it's been a very good run, especially huge performances coming from FaZe Clan to finally be able to reap some rewards heading into this matchup. Team Secret, same could be said about them, while for Thrives, this time managing to also put those big numbers into this map of Miramar. So kudos to the teams that have been able to excel. So there's only 2 more maps, or should I say, 2 more maps to go before we actually close things off.
Yeah, 2 more maps, 2 more games for Group B and for Group B. Yeah, 2 more games for Group B, 1 more for Group A. So that means that teams like HORAA Esports will have 1 more game to go to gain those points and hopefully create a good enough gap that they will still retain, or maybe be at number 1 by the end of the day. I'm sure that will be their goal after this.
True enough, and of course, being at number 1 spot, it will definitely boost your confidence in moving into the grand finals with, pretty much the same mentality where you've been performing consistently. But speaking of that golden C word, I mean, that's something that every PUBG mobile team is hoping to achieve. So certain days, I guess they may not be in a platform where they just need to start getting back on track game after game. And I think that for FaZe Clan, they're starting to show up. You could also argue that there are also a lot of all these other notable names. So when we add all the talent together, of course, we got to talk about our boy here, T24 from 4 Thrives, who's done exceptionally well, securing a little 800 over damage output throughout the run.
Yeah, the young player of 4 Thrives coming in with the MVP of this match. Good job, good stuff there. But we're still going to compare Sky because he did put up a good performance towards the end as well, comparing him with GK from Team Secret. Same amount of eliminations, but when it comes to the damage output, GK did a little bit more work. But because of the overall team contribution that Sky had, that is a little bit higher than GK, so he get the pat on the back for that.
Yeah, it's kind of like Tube versus Screen with a pretty awesome hair coming in from both GK as well as Sky HORAA. Well, of course, T24 has been able to really churn up some of all these major numbers. Damage output-wise, GK has been able to top that. So that said, HORAA Esports now securing that win sees them pushing even further up. So CelcomDigi Alliance, they only secured 4 points. So I would expect this number to be overtaken when we do get ourselves into the leaderboards of standings. And when we take a look at the high average ratio of points secured this round, it's a lot higher than some of the rest of the round, unless if they are on the receiving end where they've been taking down.
Well, this is one of the lowest throwables used so far that we have seen. Only 72. Interesting. Okay, but I guess it's also because of the circle factor that it pulled towards the edge of the map, so teams focus onto rotations rather than setting up for throwables and all that. And when they see a team when they were rotating, they just go out all out guns blazing. So that's probably the story there. But to answer your question earlier, Contra, it looks like HORAA Esports is just 1 point shy away from CelcomDigi Alliance.
Wow, just saved by the bell with those 4 pointers that they did manage to acquire. So the onus is on CD Alliance to keep up to these pace, but HORAA being so explosive, they gotta also match the same tempo of volume if they were to actually do much more. Well, we are looking at a lot of these teams to be moving up. Team Secret for Thrives C1 as well as eArena continues to climb while some of these other guys have taken a break. FaZe Clan, I did mention that this is by far their best run. That's 12 points. So if they could keep adding those 12 points in, you would definitely see them somewhere in the middle pack.
Yeah, they're slowly climbing up, right? So they're not too far. If we were to benchmark them with Talon, the difference is only like what, 6 points? So that's very doable. But and they still have games today in order for them to climb up to at least the top 16, the bare minimum for these teams in order for them to be in the grand finals. But we still have matches more to go, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, it is going to be Erangel. So do not go anywhere. We'll see you guys after this break. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, with the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 10. 2 more games to go today for us to be entertained before we wrap up day number 2, and we'll look forward to day number 3. My name is CelcomDigi together with Contra, and so far, what do you make of today?
Well, looking at the current tempo of play, I believe that it's just getting more and more intense every step of the way. So, wonder if CelcomDigi Alliance can handle the heat, because HORAA is starting to chase, and that is their first chicken dinner. Like you said, it's only a matter of time before they actually bank one, or who knows, they might be looking at a repeat, because it's Group A versus Group C. Oh boy, it's about to go down.
Now we have to do our due diligence as well. Get down to do our due diligence. It's never easy.
It's always tough. Now, I'm thinking that this is still going to be pretty much a very high momentum running in the favor of HORAA Esports. So I'm going to go with HORAA Esports as well for production.
Hey, you took away production's answer. Oh man. I was also thinking of HORAA Esports since it is the last game of Group A. So why not? Let's go all in. HORAA Esports, let's go.
So if we get it right, great. If we don't, then nobody gets a point still. So, which, you know, we haven't been getting points. So I think like this is a decent way to go. So, of course, lots of love for the Purple Hearts out there. And of course, you fans who have been, of course, cheering them on to, of course, amp up what they've been able to provide on their performance. So that said, I definitely think that there will be certain challenges, because a lot of all these circles that we've seen so far inside of Erangel, they're kind of rough. It's not your usual typical one. So I'm thinking that this might just be, you know, slight curveballs for some of these guys out there. A versus C, I still think that it is still very technical on how they actually play. There are, of course, explosive teams like HORAA themselves, and also I'm hoping that Alter Ego kind of gets awakened in a sense, because they're definitely just cruising by for how many games now that is starting to concern me that they might not even make it through.
Well, I mean, if you're concerned just like any of the other fans of Alter Ego, let's also remind ourselves that there's still like, after today, like 4 other days left. So still alright. I mean, if FaZe Clan can do it, they are looking like they are able to like climb up to the top 16. So I'm sure like a team like Alter Ego can do that as well. But if you put that into a consideration that, oh, it's Alter Ego, oh, it's FaZe Clan, this lobby is pretty much stacked. So you can pretty much name anyone, and you can tell that, oh, based on this name, like they surely can make it top 16. But because everybody is as stacked, then that becomes kind of difficult.
Yeah, I mean, you got to treat it like you're playing PMGC or any other global tournament, right? When you have all these big names in the lobby, you cannot afford to underestimate them, and you cannot also overestimate your own output at the very same time. So that is the beauty of having, you know, this kind of shows, of course, well organized by Ruthless Esports so far, to also give us a glimpse on how these teams actually practice, and versus what do they actually do when it comes down to the tournament circuit. Are certain teams on a slump, so you guys can make your correct predictions when, you know, you are about to back to your friends like, hey, I got better predictions than the casters who's been casting these games.
Well, I mean, if the fans would want to join in on the vote, we're more than welcome, right? We're more than welcome. So spam it out in the comment section as well. And who knows, that you might be able to predict better than any of us. So why not, right? It's a good bragging right. And also, besides it just being an off-season tournament for the teams themselves, it's also for the fans to kind of have a glimpse, have a teaser on how maybe some teams have like new lineups, new strategies, or however they would like to see it, to get this feel of what might happen in the upcoming professional season that will be coming up in a couple of weeks more. So I believe this is going to be one of their last few training moments. They might have some light training in between. It depends on the team schedule, but this is probably going to be one of their more heavier trainings or more of a last few heavier trainings before the official season starts again.
Sure enough, and of course, I am definitely stoked to actually see how these teams will be able to fare while looking at the current form. Imagine the amount of damage that HORAA Esports as well as DRS can actually do when they actually move into their own circuit. Of course, 4 Tribes looking super on form as well. If there's going to be certain missing names out there, I'm thinking like, you know, A1 Esports, yeah, they're probably not part of this showdown, but eventually we'll get to see the rest of the teams to be, of course, participating in their own major events. That's it. This is going to be the penultimate round for day 2 of the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. And it begins here. Dive in Erangel.
Yeah, this is also going to be the final game for Group A, ladies and gentlemen. So keep an eye on your favorite team in Group A's performance before they take a break, and they'll come back again tomorrow. Flight path this time is going to start along the flight path of military base all the way up north to Kameshki. So some teams who like to drop on the left side of the map will need to travel a fair bit. Now, circle-wise, we haven't seen. Okay, we have seen a military base. We've seen a middle circle around the area of Pubg. Next, well, if we want to have some variety, perhaps the northern side, like a Saverni, like a shooting range, or maybe a Salver.
Yeah, that would potentially be the case, and I'm hoping to actually see something that is maybe stored into areas like Build a Power to keep things a little bit more interesting, where teams can still have certain land area to play around those lumber fields. Or, you know what, just throw it into Georgia Pool just for the sake of fun. So that's it. I mean, jokes aside, a lot of all these teams are actually hopping off very early. We see 4 Tribes actually securing Fair, Pure, and Beyond for themselves. I believe it's going to be a couple of all these teams vying for Pachinki. If the X is not going to be around, then it will be absolutely vacant for teams to be dropping right in. Meanwhile, Team Secret as well as VPE inside the island, they're just going to have some really good dips. So my call on Build the Power might still happen.
Well, I like to call Novo then, since we do have the circle within it. So there's a slight chance that it might happen. But what's happening right now is going to be Tier U Squad. Everyone on the Joker. Who's going to get that last laugh? And it's maybe Joker. He got 2. Okay. All right.
Wow.
Oh, eArena. They got the last laugh. Oh my goodness.
Wow, that was an ace from everybody out there. Look at how low they are. And each one of them have secured 1 elimination apiece. That is just something that I've not seen in a long while. You know, like certain games you decide who gets to start the round by just having the knife rounds. And this kind of felt like it for a little bit. Now, what's really going on right here is Talon facing off against HORAA Esports. The problem about this for HORAA is that they are being wrapped around once they do arrive inside the city. And just like that, HORAA says, you can surround me, but I will still be the main marksman that you have to be worrying of.
That's when Talon will need to take care of them. Ayo jumps in, but Sleepy is in the house, ladies and gentlemen. The man who has the MVP here today. And Sleepy will make good work out of Talon, taking them out at number 15, not giving them a single point this time.
Quickly just sending them off just like that. Man, I guess like it's about bedtime for some of these guys, where Sleepy's just putting them to sleep. So swiftly as it goes, it's still a streak going in favor on the side of HORAA Esports, where they are still able to also get that revive upon Hate Dami. So as it stands, eArena, great start. HORAA Esports, phenomenal finish. And just like that, those 4 points is just about enough to overtake CelcomDigi Alliance at the moment.
Yes. Oh, the game is still running with CelcomDigi Alliance still in the game, so gonna keep an eye on that. But yeah, can't complain about a great start here. Clean 4 points for HORAA Esports. Also clean 4 points for eArena, who's looking to make their mark in the top 16 because they are at number 14 as of now. So they are also thinking to themselves that, hey, we need enough points to be in the top 16. We don't want to play catch up by the last day and put unnecessary pressure onto themselves.
True enough. I mean, we're going to be reaching the halfway mark tomorrow. So teams will really have to churn out even bigger output than before, because by then you'll see teams who are desperate for the points to be fighting harder, or some trying to play a little bit more passive. There are those teams who might have actually scored just about enough points and they just rest on their laurels, which is absolutely fine, right? So long as you do make the cut for the grand finals. So plenty of approaches, but whoever secures it earlier, they get to have better relief heading into the finals.
That's a good point. Could that be what like REINCE Esports is thinking to themselves that, hey, you know what? We kind of had a very good first day. If we were to be just okay in the following days, we'll still make it through top 16. So is that the reason perhaps for their for lack of a better word, underwhelming performance?
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, right? So far, it is definitely lackluster from the looks of it. I think, like, you're right. You can afford to have a day where you're doing bare minimum. That's the maximum you can go. If you're going to have 2 days of doing bare minimum, that's where you start worrying. Unless if you're telling me that you can, for sure, get, say, 60, 70 points in a day. I know that these players definitely do have that caliber, but if you're not gonna find form, those big points aren't gonna come by. Even if you ask your teammates to get in form.
Yeah, so now that we put it in that way, right? So if we see a team that used to perform like in the previous day and now they're not performing, we can say that, well, overall they're still fine. In fact, there's a bigger like fight at the bottom, like trying to climb up to number 16, right? So they will like kind of cancel out each other. So if you are like having that good start like on page 1 or end of page 1, it's okay. The bottom teams will just duke it out with each other and you will still be fine up there.
True enough. And speaking of duke out, we're about to see one. Jimmy OP versus the rest of Team Secret, and I guess it's not going to be a fair fight anymore, or could it be? Because Team Secret, they're also calling in every single member to rock up to this corner of the shore.
And looks like it's a 4v4 fight here for this compound. And GK is the one at the forefront, trying to gather information from the side. The rest of CelcomDigi Alliance, had that thought for a second. Luke somehow managed to land that one nade onto GK.
I don't know how he does it, but that was quite an insane lob. Having a little bit of a prediction. When absolutely right, and Luke again! He's pinning 2 members. He's looking for more. Can he actually ace up the rest of them? Seems like he is closing in. He does not really have that much health left. If they're also getting responded with a frag being tossed inside.
Yeah, they're looking for it right now. They have the momentum. They know they have the numbers against Team Secret. It's now down to the 2 new players of Team Secret, Zerus and Typhoon, to come out with a big one here against CelcomDigi Alliance. 1 knockdown. Not securing that elimination point just yet. Typhoon sprays into the smoke. Dances around with Luke. Look pretty low. Typhoon with shotgun in hand. Switches to an M4. Now backs off. Oh!
Wow. Through the smoke. Luke. He secures it. Now he's going to hunt out for the last one. He says, give it to me, son. Where exactly can he hide? Zerus is only playing by the staircase. I believe Luke wants, but he wants all for it. But he's sending Jimmy OP. Now, that bait and switch doesn't exactly work quite well. And here comes a little bit of that tussle where Zerus hopes to actually secure that point. But it seems like they're all pretty much undercover. I heard shots coming from another team, and that's 4 Thrives! They arrived to the scene!
Well, as usual, 4 Thrives, they want to find those early elimination points, and they have arrived. 4 Thrives, let's see if they can be the cleanup crew here. CelcomDigi Alliance only left with Iftar. Iftar all alone with SLK in hand. One of the best weapons to clutch out a team. And he's going up against a Bison on the other side, and it's going to be 4 Thrives with the cleanup, taking out CelcomDigi Alliance.
Them. I mean, Zerus, he's still doing a lot of damage. Can he actually pull off a clutch? And it seems like it's going to be a tough one. And that definitely gave 4 Tribes a scare.
That was a close one. That was a close one. I thought that he might be able to come up with something, but the numbers just overwhelm him. And 4 tries. 3 elimination points. Okay, I thought they got more, but hey, I mean, starting out with 3, it's not too bad.
He definitely is pretty decent at the very least. While we are still looking at Todak, trying to pepper spray some of all these players over onto the quarters of Milta. This will be a running trend. So long as this circle's going to be on this area, I mean, you did call out for Novo. It's probably still within the region. We'll definitely have to see the update after stage 2 to determine whether or not will this circle actually move deeper into the islands. But mainland definitely is a safer bet. While looking at the rest of eArena, they did manage to win one of their early fights, but now find themselves struggling to actually look for position.
I'm anticipating the next circle as well. If it goes to Novo, it will mean trouble for a lot of all these teams. I don't think there's any team in mid to the base right now. So if everyone's there and everyone suddenly has to rush down to Novo, that'll be pretty interesting for us to see. At least all these teams, they park themselves nearby that bridge in case that happens. Like RRQ, like Todak, they're not too far away from that right side bridge. It's just a matter of which team will be at the bridge first to block out all the other teams.
True enough, and this jiggle picking between two of them has been taking a while. I mean, you can take off their helmets. Alter Ego would still go in for a revive. Say, could be said about Sleepy. Despite last couple of all these fights, they definitely seem to have a little bit more of that spacing to work with. Supreme, though, I mean, ever since they added Supreme, I really felt like he kind of had this gel effect to really be having more on that cohesive manner. But there you go, big eruption coming out. Naki takes on the rest of these members of Vampire Esports with 4 tries, just wiggling all around. T24 tried to stay afloat. I think he's trying to wrap up this fight, but can they actually settle scores up against Vampires? Because they're not exactly in the best position to do so.
Okay, it's a confirmation. No Novo at all. It goes up to the hills of Milta around the area of prison. So everybody trying to hike up that hill, trying to get that best position possible. On the elimination feed, the Vikings. So far they're in the skirmish with BTR elsewhere. Whereas for 4 tries, as we can see here on screen, they're still with Vampire Esports. And at some point, they need to leave this for the circle.
Definitely do, but where exactly can they actually go that's going to be safe? Taking a look at Razy. They definitely spotted out there are certain players around the vicinity, but they need to take a safer position overall, which is why you're looking at Razy repositioning, regrouping with the rest of his teammates, keeping that vehicle out of harm's way. As this could be the result if you're not careful enough, and the rest of Empire Esports, they hunkered down, they doubled onto this 2-prong attack, and T24 goes in with a jump shot, beautifully done, but it is going to be responded in kind.
Yeah, the counter jump shot came in. And that was kind of like something from the action movie. Would have been nice if he would have pulled off that clutch, but hey, I mean, it's Vampire Esports with a full squad. Even though if he's able to get like 1, maybe 2, then he needs to reload. That's the opening window for Vampire Esports to counter on him. So he did his best, not gonna lie there. Great work for T24. Hope to see him in the following round.
Yeah, overall, it's gonna be pretty much early night for the side of blue. Supermando getting some really decent angles, trading back and forth with Federalis, but what's more, Federalis have been a sharp trained sniper, so gotta, of course, always be on the ball. Thankfully, he does not overcommit tins. So far, he's one of the players that have impressed me coming from this Vikings Esports roster. Vikings, I think they started off the day really well, and they're still keeping up to speed. Currently match same amount of points with RRQ.
Wow. This guy, he managed to secure another elimination point for HORAA Esports. And they want to catch up to CelcomDigi Alliance, who overtook them. Now with CelcomDigi Alliance eliminated, HORAA Esports has a very good chance of overtaking them. They only need one more point for that to happen. And they could potentially do it against RRQ. Aqua is bleeding out. I wonder if Solomon is able to save him. But the answer is no, Sky says. You secure that elimination point. And now officially they are above CelcomDigi Alliance again.
Wow. And going back into the action, Alpha right now, trying to look for those space. Nine whips a couple of shots. That's going to be an opportunity that missed, but he exposes any longer. And now he exposes himself. Wow, big blowout out there while the rest of Todak is going to follow suit. The rest of Vampire Esports about to also ride towards this quarter of the compound. Mela now looking at that grenade, not quite popping it in the right direction. Real has got so much on his plate.
And Sleepy just got eliminated by Rick. And now we're going to focus on to Real now for Todak, the final player. And around him is going to be Alter Ego still. Nylon on top. And the boys the screens onto Haidami just got eliminated. HORAA Esports suddenly level 5 elimination points as player 014 shows up. But he loses that 1v1 with Nuzi.
Ooh, it's just bloodbath all over the corners right there. Badru, he's taking these off angles, but he needs to find a way to also participate. He's starting to lose a little bit more of a priority for his teammate as well. Roll now drops in the Molotov, hoping that some of these guys won't be able to leap right forward, but I believe that is still going to be a save coming from the side of Vampires. But Real, he has to pin down Mela.
Oh, and Rick just got eliminated by Mika. Or got taken out by Mika. And that's going to be Nuzi finishing off Real with a molly. Todak number 10, 3 elimination points. The points will go to Vampire Esports. But here comes Alter Ego Badru. He doesn't want Nuzi to lick his wounds. He has arrived. Come here, 1v1. Here we go.
There we go, Nuzi. He's going to create a little bit more of that space, and Badru probably will be reset at the very same time. So just respecting that space as they call for a slight truce at the moment. Now, what are the stakes involved? I mean, you saw how long they actually took this fight, and now both sides are finding themselves pinned by the corner of blue. I don't see big winners here, but if there's anyone out there, it's Alter Ego.
And it's Alter Ego with 5 eliminations, currently dominating. What a move there by Alter Ego. Finishing off Vampire Esports. They were very busy from even before Alter Ego arrived. Now they have warranted themselves a chill time. While we switch over to 7-9, up above them, or below them is going to be C1. But Messi got 1 out of C1 as well, doing 7-9 a favor.
Oh, yeah, and 7-9 trying to actually look for a decent spot, but they come to realize that a lot of all these areas around that east plane of the hill is currently occupied. Bala will be the one that is being caught out. Meanwhile, Voxy keeping his eyes very closely over on the top end of the hill. We're starting to actually see BTR playing a little bit more actively, despite not really getting any form of elimination points just yet.
Don't crash onto each other while you're having this battle against C1. C1 might take advantage of that situation. Atomic now. He knows that Solomon is just right in front of him. The molly will be tossed out, forcing Solomon to move. Solomon shows himself. 1v1 with Atomic. Atomic pretty low. Same goes to Solomon. They're at the very edge of their health right now. And Solomon will get him.
Perfect repeat. And I believe that to be Netpacko that's going to be wielding all those arsenal weapons. Now, let's take a look at the quick update. We see a lot of all that space for eArena over on the far western corner map. North side dominated by BTR, followed by a few other notable names coming in from MVKE. So I guess we can fixate our eyes onto that corner of the Lumber Hill to see if more could get done from that standpoint.
Oh, look at Badru. He's looking at RRQ. He's gonna pull the trigger. Passing by, player 014 on the other side. Player 014 will be the one to pull the trigger first. Finishing off the final player of RRQ, number 7 for them.
Yep, and here we go. We close right in. Voxy Gets that catch over onto the member of AST. Quickly as they navigate their way out, I believe this is going to be Trap Aeromacy cutting a loss right there as they slowly lurk upon more of these members of Alter Ego. They've already have his position compromised, but bold enough to still try to trade them. Slayer now falls right down below. So this is a really good time. They could actually get somebody to flank them with those vehicles, really send a little bit of that shockwaves over towards, open up that space for Asterix to do more.
When Trix now looking for his next target. He does have the elevation against Alter Ego though, but does he have the time? Okay, he's within the circle, so that's fine, but he will not have Venom together with him. Venom will be eliminated by Badru. BTR now showing themselves. Who else will be the next target? They are way up north there. While Trix putting focus on the Alter Ego. Managed to get Badru. One more to go. Player 014 is still alive, but now he has to deal with BTR from behind.
Yeah, it's too overwhelming of pressure as he will eventually crack Foxy now at the third point for BTR. Or should I say it's not fully confirmed just yet with only 2 defeats. But 7-9, they are definitely trading back, and it's actually great to see Rankit currently playing over the corner side at 7-9.
Here's a BTR spraying down onto the Vikings, hoping to land that shot. Razy positioning himself. They're getting control of the right side of the circle now. But a lot of teams knows the presence of BTR. As for BTR, time to get into one corner, finish off a team, and then think of the next phase where they're going to move from there.
Yeah, it's just getting tougher and tougher. There's going to be a lot of all these slope for them to, of course, play the vision game, or do you want to play the low ground or even the high ground? Look at the clump. I mean, BTR, they're definitely hoping for a challenge all the time, but this time I think it's definitely a lot safer if they don't participate in some of these scuffles just yet. But Yulo, aka U High, is pretty much still on board. He is the one really leading the pack, while you can definitely see the rest of his members will have to follow suit by doing so.
As much as they don't want to participate, but the circle will force them to. BTR's not in the circle now, and in front of them is going to be the Vikings. Wonder could that be their next target? But who's going to move first? Okay, most likely BTR since they're closer to the blue. Or Vikings, they still have a little bit of gap. But I wonder if they know that BTR is just right beside them. Anyway, they need to deal with eArena if they want to come into the circle as well. So, with this circle size, I don't see them rotating away. They have to just move forward and fight whoever's in front.
That's right, and it's been a little bit of a stalemate for quite some time now. Only MVK as well as BTR have slight deficits, while one small portion of the lumberyard is still pretty much covered up. So if BTR really wants to look for a fight, they kind of know where exactly they can actually find them. So BTR, what is going to be their main option right now?
Well, I guess for BTR is the same option. They need to take this fight. Even if they want to rotate somewhere else, they will meet up with another team, and that's exactly what they're trying to do. They're trying to find an entry into the circle, but the moment they moved in, another team shooting at them. But at least they managed to send 1-2 players into the circle as a marker, so this circle is theirs. Now it's going to be a bigger problem for the Vikings because now they have BTR in front of them as well.
True enough, and let's see, Break driving all around. Managed to at least dodge a few of these members. Well, look at the far corner. It's going to be Mike's. Does actually be sending some bullets towards his corner, while Break now finds a little bit more of that angle, as they did manage to actually find Federal is pinned down. So this is that perfect moment right there. We'll see now running right through, while Razy pins them down, sends them to their knees, and let me Break there, bringing the M4.
Oh, just breaking the spirits from the side. It's going to be Break. Now Voxy is still in the game though. Break cooking up this nade. Does he know which tree It's Voxy at. Probably gonna love that name, but Break taking a lot of damage as well. Where did the shot come from? Maybe it's from Voxy, or maybe from Pharaoh from the side.
Could very well be one of these guys out there. Mika now with a sublime grenade. Secures it. Now blinds break on the far border. Brandon's happening in this boat. It does actually connect. And now you see 7-9 to face off against eArena, where eArena, they're getting themselves a deeper run into the top 2.
Oh, it's going to be a 4v4, so it could be anyone's game here. Stage 7 in about 3 more seconds. Let's see who will get the circle and a little bit of an advantage towards the end. And it looks like eArena has the circle. Pressure's on right now to 7-9.
Yeah, such a rough position right now. Yuhai kind of locked into place. Farad is going to go in for the extension. I have to see, because right at this moment, he's trying to actually go in for a little bit of a wide swing. And look at these current situation. eArena, they honestly don't need to do too much. You just need them running towards the direction, and those picks might actually fall into place. eArena did manage to get that revive off. You can see how close the predictions are for both sides of the chicken dinners.
Yeah, exactly your point there. eArena doesn't need to do too much. They just need to be aware of their surrounding and just monitor the movement of 7-9. Whoever is moving where, coming into the circle, which position. They can pull a couple of shots out to 7-9. Why not? Exactly what 2014 is doing now. But 7-9, they somehow managed to slide into the circle, but they haven't found their spot yet. They're still circling around it.
Yeah, they gotta make convincing calls. It's just that they're playing through the low grounds, or should I say high ground, that doesn't fully benefit them all too much. Or should I say, actually, it's the opposite. They're on the low ground side. The rest of eArena says, you know what, have that space, bro. I got a lot of trees, I could march downwards, I could close the distance, and maybe nade you afterwards.
Okay, so stage 7 so far, 7-9 doing so good in managing the circle. 35 more seconds before stage 8 is upon us. And that's where the circle might be for 7-9, we don't know yet. But look at Yuha here. Just right below eArena. If there's a surprise that could come, it could come from Yuha.
It could very well be eArena now standing, and I think that because of those kind of flips, you might actually see 7-9 actually capitalizing. I know that fans have definitely been waiting for a very long time for 7-9's return into their former glory, and it seems like last season definitely convinced a whole lot of us. This time, that beautiful nade actually does put the wrong. Do you remember this? 7-9? Oh, 2014! He got pinned out, and right now they have to dodge all these big goals as they are full setting it.
Now it looks like 7-9's in the driver's seat. They do have 3 active players versus 2 from eArena. Joker together with eArena will need to do the job. They managed to get Trexie, the IGL of 7-9. Looking for Mika next as their next target. Can they actually find out where Mika is at? And 7-9, they do have 1 other active player. They got Mika. 1 more to go. Where's the one final player? It's Yuhai! From behind! 1 more to go from Yuhai to wrap it up.
1 versus 1 at the moment. He does have that nade fake throw right in. Joker has been relying onto this S1 pump shotgun for the longest of time, and this might still be a little bit of that revive. Is there gonna be enough time? I mean, take a look. They're on the other side, and Yuhai now brings out the Scar L. He swerves all the way towards the other side. I believe his movement has been tracked already.
It's gonna be Yuhai versus Joker, 1v1 right now for the chicken dinner. For this place played by the edge of the circle. Yuhai circling around. He's trying to navigate around Joker. And at the end of the day, who got it? Looks like it's going to be Joker from eArena to win that 1v1 against Yuhai, denying 7-9 of the chicken dinner.
Beautiful execution through it all. And the faithful is rewarded. eArena backs 1-up for Thailand. So today we're looking at all the same equal amount of trends, just like how we had back in day 1, except that we kind of flipped it with
CD Alliance getting that double. So their streak has been broken. eArena right now taking over since they've been able to gain that tempo from Miramar. And lo and behold, eArena, they're definitely going to be another tight contender to watch out for.
Well, this will be interesting to see. Where will eArena land with this chicken dinner? It's their first chicken dinner in the playoffs so far, so it could be a significant jump since we're only into day number 2. But for Sem9 as well, gotta give it to them. Great work, especially Yuhai, very intelligent player. We saw how he came in from behind. If his teammates were still around, like holding the front, and he backstabbed from behind, it would have been perfect. But it is what it is at the end of the day. And eArena scores the chicken dinner. They take with them together 9 eliminations.
And of course, looking into the charts of the numbers right now, Joker has definitely done so much in that round itself, going down to that 1v1 duel up against Yuhai and coming up pretty clutch in all these factors. Even on the early game when we first saw eArena, they had a little bit of that kind of scare as well when they were, fighting for those vehicles. And that's kind of how they secured themselves that first 4 points for everybody out there. And then, that final duke out when we were seeing them repositioning once they were going for that kind of fight up against Sem9. Joker, he was absolutely pivotal where he got to make a decision whether to really commit to the battle up against Yuhai or going for save. And of course, he's been able to really pull off the final number in order to come up ahead.
Yeah, besides eArena and Sem9 that took away the highlight towards the end there, let's not also forget about Alter Ego that you mentioned that you would like to see them do well. And so far in this round, at least they're one of our teams to watch. So it will be exciting to see how many points have they collected.
And yeah, we definitely want to look into that later on. But when we actually match 2 and 2 together, I mean, eArena, the Buddies somehow leapfrog over the Tigers with the amount of damage that they've done, and just 1 kill of a difference. I mean, if you think about it, if Yuhai wins that trade, then perhaps they could have actually scored a lot more because there were a lot of all these unclaimed knockdowns that they did not manage to secure. So it definitely was a little bit of a bubble for the Malaysian side, but this is a big one for Thailand where eArena is just getting ramped up. But what's really interesting is the note is that they have also soaked a lot of damage, and therefore they have one of the highest healings out there, 1,409.
Yeah, they've been really tanky this round, right? Like, take damage, heal, take damage, heal. And interesting enough, though Sem9 they didn't score the chicken dinner, but 2 of their players are up here as our top performers, including Mika and also Firen, both of them with 4 eliminations. Badru is here up as well with 4 eliminations. And of course, the mysterious player of, well, just naming himself eArena, 4 eliminations too. But the one player who's our MVP is Sem9's Mika.
Yep, and it's pretty much a huge ordeal for Sem9 to have him getting back on track, where back then we always talk about Mika and Yuhai to be that lethal duo. It's still pretty lethal, but now that you add Firen onto the list, I felt like the dynamics for Sem9 has been working much better, especially when they do play some of these international circuits where they're very well adapted onto the kind of pacing to play out. So adding everything together, now I guess we finally get the answer. Alter Ego does actually get that double digit, so kudos to them. They will be walking with 10 points and therefore moving into the middle of the pack. What's interesting to note is that there's plenty of all these teams actually going brawling with 7 points each for Vikings Esports, BTR, RRQ with a total of 7, and 6 points for Vampire and Tribe Aeromacy.
And a tough one for Talon and GLU Squad as they did not manage to collect any points this round. I remember that GLU Squad was the first team to be eliminated by that, what do you call it, like a knife battle, where they got like team aced by another opponent that time. I believe that was like, I don't remember who by now.
Was it eArena or was it somebody else? Because I think it could probably be them. Like, we'll definitely have to recall it by
zooming back into the bots. But overall, I think like this definitely has been very, very feisty on how they brought, and it's just very average numbers of utilities being used. And as the game goes by, even longer range coming in from AST Rig with 376 meters of a shot to connect.
Well, but based on the overalls, we have to welcome officially HORAA Esports back at number 1 with 85 points, followed by CelcomDigi Alliance with 84 points. Only 1 point difference between these two teams. And then you have a decent gap with VOIN Donkey. That's like what, a 21 point gap between VOIN Donkey and HORAA Esports. So that's about 1 round's worth of points. And on page number 2, let's see. Alter Ego, wow, welcome to page 2.
Yeah, if you take a look at page 2, you can see how close everybody is. 44 points for the side of REINCE Esports, while the rest of them are still pretty much within touching distance, as you can see. C1 currently holding that 13th spot, and there's just barely any difference when it comes down to some of all these 5 margins. But from 20th points, I mean, from Boom Esports onwards, you can definitely see that there is a significant gap in between. So definitely, these are the teams that will require even more of, effort to be put out in these upcoming days in order to tally for whatever losses that they've had for today.
My surprise is DRS. All of a sudden, they slide down to page number 3. Although it's not the end of the world for DRS yet. I mean, there's still more games to come, and they can still climb back up. But DRS, who had a good first round, at number 3, page 3 right now, kind of unusual. But let's see what will happen here in our final game, ladies and gentlemen. Before we go on to that, as usual, we'll be taking a short break. See you guys after this.
here we go into the final match of day 2 here in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. Once again, your boys here, Contra, as well as Sir Cloud, to be wrapping up the tonight, where we're having so many variety of, nuances of teams who's been able to really snatch the chicken dinner turn by turn, other than, CelcomDigi Alliance getting that back-to-back win.
Yeah, I know, right? But with CelcomDigi Alliance getting the first 2 chicken dinners, they have kind of like, they're pretty comfortable, I would say. Like what we discussed, right? It doesn't matter whether you're number 1 or number 16, as long as you make it to the playoff, that's fine. But what interests me is that we're starting to see the rise of teams on page number 3, like Alter Ego, like eArena. They're starting to climb up to page number 2. So it's the race for the top 16 is starting to be interesting.
Yeah, it really felt like the pressure is starting to get to them, which is why I think we're actually pushing for some of all these big numbers out there. So who knows? We might actually see one of these guys out there from that third pager to be able to really surge all the way up with a chicken dinner of their own. And what's also even more interesting is when we take a look at the mid-table, that's where just about fine margins, 1-2 points could actually result in a climb or a descent. It really depends on how well can they fare moving into this Miramar before we kick off our run tomorrow. Remember, once again, it's gonna be same time, same place. If you guys were wondering when are we gonna go live, so yep, you guys could just tune in by the time that it hits the evening from the GMT +7 time zone that it was written right there. Now, of course, looking at the current schedule, we have Group B versus Group C. So, what's it gonna be this time?
Ooh, Group A is done. So Group B and C, oh man. We're starting to see the rise of teams on page 3. I wonder. Going with that narrative, I'm probably thinking of like somebody who's on page number 3. So I have a few names in mind right now. What say you?
I definitely do have a little bit of a hunch on what's going to be the case. So, looking at this situation, I'm thinking that I'll tell it to you once we actually get into the prediction screens, because there's a lot of big notable names, but not all of them are in the prime form. But we definitely had that argument earlier that, it could be some of these guys from the third page that can't actually bounce back up. So I'm definitely gonna wing it. I'm just gonna say Alter Ego.
Okay, I mean, you did say Alter Ego before this, during the cast, that is. And they did show you a decent performance in that round. And now they are in page number 2. So, yeah, putting your hopes up for Alter Ego at this point, after they've kind of warmed up, I think that's kind of nice as well. So, Contra is going to lock Alter Ego, by the way. Yeah, let's make it official.
So, Alter Ego for me. What about you, Cloud? I mean, you were thinking about a few options, right? So, what were the options and what do you want to lock in?
Face up, FaZe Clan. Let's go.
I kind of felt it coming. So I was kind of torn between that, Vampire, and Alter Ego, which is why I was kind of thinking a whole lot. Now, Prot, you gotta get yourself the point to catch up to Sir Cup, because none of us have been able to get it right so far. So REINCE, okay. Good notion, as we want to see them once again popping off. I mean, overall, these superstars that are coming in from REINCE, and of course, if you guys just tune in, they are previously known as former MV players. So I definitely want to see them at least get back on track or secure themselves a top 4 finish, if anything at all, before they move into tomorrow's matchups.
I mean, they've been slowly sliding down if you kind of think about it. Like yesterday was a decent day for them. I mean, they start off with a chicken dinner, and then it's like, okay, they didn't score a chicken dinner, but that's okay, because they had a really, really good start, so that's fine. And today it's like REINCE have been kind of missing. So if they continue to go missing, who knows, right? Because now we're talking about like page 3 teams starting to rise up to the occasion. They might push down REINCE. So just leaving it out there because we still have enough games for that to happen.
Yeah, I believe there is just about ample room for them to, make a few mistakes here and there and still not have it to be too costly. They're not dead last, that's for sure. So it's still pretty much okay for now. So if we're looking at the rest of the pack, though, I mean, they're starting to amp up their firepower. They're starting to play at a faster tempo, which is why, like you saw last round, almost every single team has been able to secure points other than the one that got knifed. So it is definitely rough, and that's where they just got to always be on their toes, especially playing inside of Miramar. The last Miramar that we jumped into, it was explosive. That first stage, we're already seeing 3 teams already erupting into the battles of their own. So we can expect the similar tempo moving into our final game of the night.
Well, here we go. And hopefully we get a interesting circle as well, because the last time we saw Miramar, the circle was kind of interesting above Impala, had a little bit of water in it, so that's kind of nice. So let's see what kind of circle will we get this time, jumping into match number 12 overall in our playoffs. And this will be the final match for today, featuring teams from Group B and Group C. Let's go.
One of my favorite areas to actually play out the final ending is around the corners of Mina Generalis, because it kind of tears teams apart. Whether you look at maybe a bigger circle, you consider Power Grid, you can consider Lavadita, Picado, and then when it zooms into that area, you'll be thinking, oh, now how do I actually get there? So now that this flight path is pretty much available for all the teams dropping their designated location, we are actually seeing quite a significant number of teams that are dropping very early. Now, looking into the Bozo, there's the Savior, there's the Todak, there's 7-9, all across that field. It's looking rather scary.
Yeah, I expect us to see early encounters. Look at the power grid as well, BTR. They are overtaking another team. Now on screen, we do have FaZe Clan. And FaZe Clan, again, this is an early encounter for them, but this time they have the upper hand against DRS by picking up Killer YT. One of the players that have been performing for them, especially yesterday. So that's going to be a big one that they got. Now Gante, speed low, but hey! What? How?
Wow.
What?
Wait a minute.
Whoa.
Wow, they just actually sweep them all together, Gante as well as Delta, to be able to bring it all back. And DRS, they are on the right track, baby.
Well, just as when I thought that, DRS, they lost one player, they lost Killer YT, and then it's like, probably they're going to go down. But then again, they fight back. So great work. Shows that they're not dependent on only one player to score points and perform for them. So good stuff there by DRS. Now they have the entire compound for themselves to loot.
Yeah, back towards your point, it's always important to lift each one of your teammates up. It's not always about that one-man show. Of course, we had Killer YT pop up yesterday. Today, Sleepy out of HORAA Esports, absolutely phenomenal. Now, Tribe Aeromacy, I think they've done this before up against BTR. Last time they did manage to win out that trade, but consider that BTR have already learned their lesson. You can see that they are moving together as a unit, trailing right into this corner of the compound. So it is going to be a daunting task for Zio to safeguard them at all times.
Going up against BTR, of course, is no pushover team. But I do like the position of Tribe Aeromacy. They are around BTR, so they have multiple angles against them, while BTR is focused onto where Zio is at. They pop up that smoke. They try to close the gap between themselves and Zio, but they have to be extra careful in case players like Tricks from the side might get them down while they were trying to get across there.
Yeah, they're just beelining their way through it. Look at that lineup coming from Venom. He does actually pin them down. That's a double knock. Quickly exchange, and that's the big plan that Tribe has under their table.
Yeah, 2 knocks. And that's going to be a worthwhile trade-off at least. But he needs to be safe. Okay, anyway, his teammate Rick is together with him. Now Razy is going to go in for the push. Razy and Rick 1v1. But Razy is also aware of the other members of Tribe Aeromacy around as well. Razy, here comes. with the QBZ in hand, decides to move back because of that nade. And Rick now with the second nade onto Razy. Razy shows himself, and Razy with a little bit of help from Sata to knock him down.
Perfect timing with that grenade, cooked to perfection, but he steps right on the open ground. Now it's only down to Razy. He's getting sprayed upon. I guess he will have to cut his losses. At least the exchanges were pretty much 2 for 2 at the moment. Razy, where's he gonna go though? I mean, he wraps over the corner of the container. Strix, he's gonna be moving very closely, so I wonder if they could still turn the tides around, because this is gonna be a 1 versus 2 scenario. Oh, take a look at this. Who's that?
Say hello to Talon. They arrived to the party as well. They want a piece of this. And next is gonna come in from the other side, and Talon, they managed to get Malabik. That one player from BTR. Razy's on the other side. Now the target is Zio in this building all alone. They see Zio. They know exactly where he is. It's a matter of executing the plan now.
True enough, YBF now charging right through, dropping in the Molotov just to zone them away, but they know very well that he's pretty much boxed in. It's just that he's looking for those angles. Suppress! S12K, not enough to do the job. And just like that, Ayok does secure it. Only one member left for the side of Tribe Aeromacy. And he's thinking that he must be somewhere around, but it's actually Razy that's much closer to them.
Yeah, Razy is still on the other side, but I doubt that Talon knows that he's there. They seem like not to know. I mean, when they eliminate that one player of BTR, it would have given them the clue that, okay, somebody else from BTR is still around, but because Razy knows that he's the last player, he's like, okay, nope, I just let them go, not in a rush. Now Razy, all he can do is just hold on for play some points.
Yeah, and they managed to also secure a total of 3 points overall. So consider that to be a very hefty chunk. Still, the biggest winner thus far is DRS, who's been able to win out that trade inside of Hacienda del Throne. Looking at the side of Todak, I mean, this is a fairly new team, right? In terms of certain roster shifts. Real has been around, Brian has been added not too long ago. Well, I would still say that they're still trying to find their footing overall, as ever since they were brought in to be a partner team for some time. We've seen roster shift here and there, but I want to see how much can Todak actually commit towards a certain fight.
Well, you probably get your answers soon, as they are committed towards 7-9, or more like 7-9 is committed towards Todak. With Firan on an off angle, very, very far away. I think that support role, just making sure that Brian doesn't show himself. One nade onto the second floor, Brian takes a lot of damage. They haven't got knocked yet, but here comes Real as a backup.
Real joining in rather late, but they also got to take note that Trexie's over on the lower end. So there is a substitution going over on the side of 7-9 as well to bring Trexie for this final game. While Real sifts right through the nukes and crannies, these members of 7-9 opens up the doorway, unleashes the M249. Oh, how are they going to deal with this? Brian, he does not care. He wants to go for the jump shot, but Mika, he goes in for exchange, but instead gets taken down by 9.
Nice follow up by 9 though, but the job's not over yet. Now Yuhai is there. The rest of 7-9 circling around this building. Yuhai gets into the building, giving 9 more anxiety, but 9 managed to take down Sexy. He works from the outside. Now Yuhai, it's time to go in. Yuhai, very, very low on 9, and he goes in right now, but then again, it's going to be 9 still. As the hero for Todak, winning against 7-9.
I asked, they delivered, they shut down 7-9, and 7-9, they were so close on that final round earlier up against eArena. This time, they crumbled, fell short towards the hands of another Malaysian team, and I was just talking about how well can Todak do. Well, I would say it's exceptional.
Oh yeah, exceptional. One of the teams that will need to maintain their performance to be in the top 16. So nice showing there by Todak. Taking out 7-9, the team that came close to scoring a chicken dinner. So that's a good flex there. But nevertheless, if a silver lining for 7-9, well, it is the last game, so they can go and get early supper.
Early supper. Okay, sounds like a really good plan. I am definitely starting to feel very hungry. Meanwhile, There's a vehicle detonation on the side of Vampire Esports. I believe that is going to be Levi's that's pretty much stranded out there in the open. While they're trading back and forth up against Talon, who's hugging by the corners of the foothill. So Nate is gonna go in for that save. He's lucky enough that there's ample of areas that's still vacant so that they won't be caught out other than the team that was shooting upon them. Razak instead goes in for the exchange, finds Chua. So Vampire Esports, they want to recommit.
Ooh, let's see if they can get this knock. But Genola is taking a decent amount of damage though. Nothing to be careful of whoever is at the high ground. Vexy is the one to get Genola. Interesting. Okay, and the elimination feed continues to roll. Zeta will finish off Genola. Vampire Esports will lose one player out of nowhere.
Yeah, now that you mention it, Genola, based on the picture, I believe he's Schweppes. Now I start to understand, okay, his playstyle is pretty aggressive in that sense. Makes a lot of course, flashbacks coming back to my brain. Anyways, I digressed. So back towards this scenario, that has also drawn in even more teams' attention towards the rest of the members of the team. Over on the top side of the hill, it is going to be a great spray onto the side of Talon Esports. Well, DRS, they're just going to hunker down. They're not in the right position to really push out. So all they really have to do is to see whether or not does REINCE actually push right across where they want them to be.
Yeah, and REINCE, they need to pick up their performance again. It's been a while since we see them perform. Though, now that we look at the overalls, they're number 9, so that's still okay. They still have some room to play with, whatever happens after this round anyway. But for Vampire Esports, what sort of roam are they thinking of here? Because right now, one player down, but no follow-up. There could be a long-range knock onto, I believe that was Nuzi for Vampire.
Yeah, Nuzi has been having a rough day today, I would say, where a lot of times he tries to trade, he will end up getting clipped at the very same time and gets punished. So, not exactly as clean as he used to be, but take a look at this. Oh boy, that intersection of Monte Nevo is going to be hotly contested, but there's so many teams from the south side that will be looking for that warehouse right across the street where Monte Nevo is at.
Oh, and all these teams taking out the blue. Water fight's happening as Huzaifa spots out Refu. He will be down on his knees. He wants to try to finish up the job, but he doesn't have a good angle. On the other end, there's Top here, trying to stop him from finishing him off. But Refuse is still bleeding out though, and he's in the blue, so his health will go down even faster.
Yeah, they gotta really watch their resources. Do they really want to commit over onto this course? It is rather risky, especially with only 2 members left. So UZM, he's gotta try to at least secure this point before he actually moves further. They could actually restock for a couple more first aid kit, while the rest of REINCE, they have further committed. Doc has been able to spot out Crypto, so that's go time for REINCE.
Oh, here comes REINCE, trying to finish up the job since the zone is closing onto them. And they're still circling around. It's so hard for them to get a good view just because of how rough this terrain is. I can see Zol actually leaving this behind, and it's like, okay, it's not going to be worth it for that one player. We might as well leave.
Sure enough, they could just drive through, look into getting themselves deeper in the zone in order to pick up that one pointer out there. Anything that they could add to the tally right now will definitely complement them a whole lot more. Currently sitting with 47 points. So if they really want to catch up to the rest of Vampire Esports, still more to be whole. So moving into another direction, Talon Esports, they've always been on top of these hills. Believe that to be some of these members. The last we checked was D-Saber that they were trying to pin up against. This time, huge headshots. It's not quite enough, but that's going to be D-Saber that will be keeping themselves pretty much at bay again.
And Talon, I do like their position here up on this high ground. And if you kind of think about it, like they're close with the road, so normally teams would want to park themselves across that road. And this is where they were trying to take advantage of teams coming by and take those pot shots. They might not be able to secure those elimination points, but if they're able to block out teams from coming in or even so crossing the road, that's good enough for them. And even so as well, like to just wear down their utilities, that's good enough.
I absolutely do agree because some of all these teams, they are running low with the amount of exchanges that they've been actually committing without much of a restock option available. Doc and the rest of REINCE Esports finally squeezed towards the south side. Talon now has a little bit of a problem.
Oh,
They're on the high ground. They got to climb down. DRS, Claw, they're kind of around the corner. And there's a 2-2 split going on between the members of Viking Esports. I kind of like that because there is that other warehouse that I kind of did touch a little bit about over on north side. They're going to be looking for that final position.
if only the circle favors Talon, then they would have the best spot possible. But now the circle absolutely shifted away from the high ground. Like what you said, Talon has to go down. And the next team they might face off is going to be DRS waiting for them at the bottom. But while we check out what's happening inside the circle, here we have RRQ. Welcome to the circle. And on the other side, we also have Claw Slayers here against DRS. Okay, this is going to be interesting. If Claw can deal with DRS, maybe that could be a lifeline for Talon to come down.
Very much so. Red Face. Remember his days back in EVOS Esports, as he has always been a clutch master. Now, he's being very, very cheeky about this situation. Doc has been able to knock one member off the side of VOIN Donkey, and that's going to be Vexy, who is the captain of the team, the main support. So it is a little rough on the edges, but I believe this could still be salvageable so long as Razak reaches in time.
And they cannot cross the road that easily. But I'm looking at the elimination feed. Razy eliminated, and that's it for BTR for tonight. Number 13, 2 elimination points. Coming back onto Monte Nuevo, VOIN Donkey. But since they have kind of secured their own corner, I don't expect them to like take the aggressive approach and rush in to eliminate each other unless if the circle goes away.
And speaking of which, it's still going to take a while. 1 minute and a half before it actually gets there. UZM! Oh, what a shot that was. The Savior, they were pinned for the longest time, but when you give opportunities like that, they will never miss the mark. Now, Vexy quickly goes ahead and cover his teammates for the meantime while Malo tries to do a little bit of drive-by. Upon arrival, Paragin has been able to stop Bella. But the right full charge, and he goes for the drop shot.
Nice drop shot there. If he didn't crouch, then it might be a different result, but good work there by him. And that's going to be named for D Xavier, the final player for them. Paragin is bleeding out. I doubt he'll be able to save him unless he wins this fight against Vampire Esports. And Nate, 7 nades in his pocket, living up to his name. Let's see if he can get one knock, but it looks like the answer is no, because Newsy is there to deny it away.
Well, remember the OG Nate Master? That's Newsy for everybody out there. So, just going to be able to just buy a lot more time as well as space right now. The rest of these members of Vampire Esports surging up and up. And as a matter of fact, if they can close a good round, they can end up in the top 5.
And here comes the next zone. All these teams currently in the circle. But it could be another hard shift. Earlier, we saw a hard shift towards the left. Let's see, will it be another hard shift? And it's not. It's a kind circle in the middle. But that also means that teams like Talon, who successfully came down the high ground, will need to move further forward. Same goes for DRS and, well, Vampire Esports at the south.
And RRQ, they still have to actually make a little bit more of that room for themselves. And by doing so, they will really have to take on the rest of these members of Vikings. I didn't really expect that to be starting off so early, though. But great control of a maneuver coming in from the side of Talon Esports. Now, they just got to really take their options, right? Because right across that zone is DRS. That is an absolute trap. I think that they fell just about enough to some of the members of DRS throughout the run. So, looking at the situations, 9 now gets that free shot and sends them running back.
Ooh, that's a nice shot there by 9. The hero for Todak. Can he pull off a miracle here? Who knows? With Nine and Peko, they're able to secure the chicken dinner. It will be interesting because Todak is one of those struggling teams right now at the bottom, number 23. A chicken dinner would definitely help them propel up to page number 2. So Todak playing by the edge, trying to block teams from coming in, including Vampire Esports. Let's see how will Vampire Esports cross this road.
Yeah, hopefully they still have any form of mobility left intact. We're not going to say enough. We're not going to be moving a muscle. But we can't say the same about Vampire Esports still. They are convoying, looking for a decent spot out in the open, and it's Axel getting traded back. Wow.
Ooh.
DRS so far, as much as they don't have those big fast numbers, I think they've done a lot of damage in this round.
But what a placement knocked down by the blue. Blocked by Talon from coming in. And there is Claw, unstoppable, will be stopped eventually. And that is by Shama. And now for Talon, they're looking to pick up more points. They see Shama instead, and that is the end for DRS. Talon collects their 4 point.
Great work so far, Talon. He's having a slow and steady pacing while the rest of Vampire Esports now have to play over onto the open terrain, forming a little bit of a wall bunker with the vehicles over our back. I wonder if there's going to be perhaps a certain distractor to be able to challenge. But as of now, the right challenge should be maybe either some of these guys out there. Back now, scoping in. Now, I want to talk to you about Scar L. I feel like it's surging in popularity, especially in Miramar. Why's that?
Well, I guess if you compare Scar L and an M4, it's like M4 is always the default choice. And then you have like the shotguns who have been gaining popularity, like the S10K especially, now overtaking or arguably overtaking the DBS. So if you have already like a shotgun and also an M4, then well, I guess the Scar L is not in the picture unless they need to use it.
True enough, and I think that really puts in a very solid point, just like how back then players actually do the M16. Meanwhile, the MZ goes in for a swing. That's going to be a total domination for the side of Talon Esports. While the rest of MKE, they've already lost 2 very early on. See that they're doing a little bit of a mean dance over on the corner of hills. Can't really say the same about everybody else here in this warehouse, though, because all RQ have just arrived from the top.
Oh, and the Vikings, they defended their ground so far so good. RQ now only 1 player left. Vikings, they're not in the circle, but even worse for RQ's position. Closer to blue. He's trying to get something out of this. Superman within that smoke. Superman almost clipped down to the ground. But even if he gets knocked, at least he has a teammate together with him. But anyway, RQ, now comes the bigger question. Where to go? They decided not to just go straight in, but to find another route to rotate into the circle instead, which is a great move if you ask me.
Yeah, I certainly agree with you. I mean, this is going to be the safer route for him to be able to traverse right across Doc. So far running out there in the open, he also needs to make it pass over onto the south side, where most of these players are gatekeeping over on the corner. Will continue to do so by the edge of the junction. Is it looking pretty rowdy right now with a team still remaining with teams just hoping for a pick-off defense.
Yeah, especially at the southern side, it's starting to get real crowded now. And we still have stage number 6 coming in soon in about 1 minute 30 seconds. So that will be really interesting if the circle does not go down to the southern side. And we have still some teams not crossing the road yet. At least like what, 3 teams? Man, and if you are put in a situation at stage 7 and you need to cross the road with all these teams in front of you, that is the hardest position to be in.
And here we go. Over onto the side of Axel as he's looking upon the rest of these members of MVKE. Razek does actually connect a couple of all these tags, and RQ kind of stranded right there. Oh, with the lazy, he actually shuts off RQ completely. It's just no go. I mean, he's pretty much left out to dry. While the rest of Talon, they could just wait for the right opportunity, and once some of all these players move out of that warehouse, it's going to be go time.
Oh yeah, it's just a matter of time, I believe. Unless it's circle hardships towards the south, then they will have a second lifeline. But of course, for us, for entertainment, we love the circle to move away from all these teams. Then we get to see a lot more fights. But speaking about fights, it's happening right now with Grace from Pubg Esports getting one for himself. But not able to secure the elimination point just yet. Getting a knockdown on the one player of VOIN Donkey is probably a long-range knock. Yes, that we do see on screen is Vexy. So not able to get the secure elimination point yet. Johan is on the other side though. He's looking at other teams. Everyone's just looking at each other.
At this current standpoint, you just got to be always on the lookout. You don't know when exactly your opponent's going to be pulling in the next move. And take a look at this. This fully favors VOIN Donkey. Now that's a big advantage.
Oh yeah, they get the circle. They have a crossroad to protect them. They have a compound as well. This is a perfect position for VOIN Donkey. At the same time, all these other teams at the southern side will need to cancel out each other in order for them to get even close to VOIN Donkey. So right now, VOIN Donkey will just need to chill in their compound and just take any shots that they can see from afar, hoping to secure those elimination points along the way.
That's right. And we're looking at this current scenario. Todak just right across where Nuzi, I'm thinking that he might actually have some of all these utils being depleted already, or he's just saving more and more of these smokes. Speaking of which, tosses towards the direction of Todak, covering their tracks ever so slightly. Tobacco's going to be on the move, but realistically, what's going to be the best chance for them to actually get out alive? Speaking of which, it's going to be one catch right there over onto Superman.
And VOIN Donkey, they're looking for more. They managed to pick up Razak. Oh, Todak dominating. 5 eliminations so far for Todak, and they just took out top from REINCE Esports. Okay, we're talking right now for Todak. Let's see how many more points they can collect. As for REINCE Esports, it's only Doc right now. He sees Todak right in front of him. Todak, you want to collect this point out of Doc in order for them to ensure a better survivability into the top 6. Here comes Doc. Doc fires, but from the side, it's going to be VOIN Donkey. He says, thank you for the point.
Wow. A close call out there. I mean, Vexy is absolutely prepared to just really strike when the iron's up. Now, take a look at the rest of Talon. They're pretty much stranded right out in the open. Grace is going to be having that line of sight. I mean, this could be quick points, but it doesn't seem like they've been able to capitalize. 5 teams left available. Vampire Esports is also closing into another alternate direction over the south side. He knows where Pico's currently at. Question is, does that nade actually connect a little bit too far wide?
Oh well, second time's the charm perhaps. But now we are at stage number 8. And VOIN Donkey, they still have the circle. Man, it's such a good position for VOIN Donkey. For Pubg Esports, at least they have a full squad. Anything can happen. They rotate up to the northern side. As for VOIN Donkey, they just took out Nuzi, Vampire Esports. Now, only 2 players left, and they need to cross that road.
Right now, and speaking of crossing, they will not pass. The wrap of Razak is already garnering a total of 5 points for, well, actually it's his teammate. Have not scored 1 just yet, but it could just be the start of multiple points. I go over on to Bella at the very same time. While Nate is being primed towards this direction, I don't think they know about it, as the rest of VOIN Donkey has already secured the 10 for the kill of the round.
Oh, now with Vampire Esports eliminated, we are down to top 14. And here is Todak trying to charge in, the final player of Todak. Vexy is there. Vexy sees Peko. Easy jump shot by Vexy to finish him off. That is Todak out at number 4, 5 elimination points. So far, the best performance from Todak that we have seen.
That's right, and right now, 1 member knocked on the ground. Talon as well as Boom. This could be very well their chance. A classic all-Indonesia affair to close off our final matchup. Well, Vexy going for that 0.25. While Boom barely working with enough space. If it zooms all the way down, VOIN Donkey definitely will be laughing their way to a paycheck.
Oh, and the one that's laughing right now is going to be Ayuk taking out Grace. Pubg Esports, only 2 active players left. Zeta will be gunned down from afar by Talon. But Reza is together with him, so not going to be an issue. They will be back up as a 4. I mean, they have a fortress. Before this, that is. Now in stage number 9, nobody has a fortress. The zone will start to close now.
That's right. It's all flat terrain. So you can see that they are trying to wrap up the fight as fast as they can. Talon zoning out the rest of Pubg Esports. Wow. Take a look at this flank. Razak is going to full send it. And is going to be able to secure it. It is going to be yummy then on the ground. While the rest of Talon slowly worded down. Zeta, he's still alive. You look like he's gone. But he is just chiming in. And now they make damn sure of it.
Ooh, and now it's only Talon and VOIN Donkey. VOIN Donkey, this could be a third chicken dinner. Time for them to finish up the job. They're pushing Talon towards the edge. Now, where is Talon gonna go? VOIN Donkey. Well, unless if Talon can get knocks, but it's gonna be really, really difficult. But hand that thought for a second. They got Potato.
Whoa, it seems like they are about to close this one out. 16 points, the highest that we've seen so far today. As VOIN Donkey is oozing, brimming with all the confidence that they require to really close up this series.
Oh man, it's only Zeta right now. 1v2 for the chicken dinner. Come on. You only have 16 eliminations. You want to wrap it up with the chicken dinner. Let's see if he can actually do it. Zeta got Ayuk. One more to go. And Zeta, is he going to go for the pickup of Razak, or is he going to try to finish them off? At the same time, he has to manage the blue. The blue is here. Looks like Zeta might deny away the point. And chicken dinner still given to Talon.
Wow, the chip and his patience actually paid off. At first, I thought that with the numbers advantage, they would just try to push through, but they were playing a little bit too carefully. And just like that, Talon Esports, watching like a hawk, they snatch it from their hands.
And they deny away the third chicken dinner for VOIN Donkey this season. Talon with their first chicken dinner, great job here. If they didn't manage to get like the 2 front players from VOIN Donkey, then the storyline would be very, very different. But with the fact that they got that, and then they just allowed like the support to not deal any more hurt to them, that's all cool. And this is how they scored the chicken dinner.
Exactly what you said. I mean, you take a look at Ayuk. I don't know who exactly this guy is, but he certainly has impressed me for the entire course of this evening. Where we started with, first couple run, it looked pretty normal. I thought it was overhyped at first, but man, Talon Esports, they are the real deal. And hence, after all said and done, they are your final winners here in day 2 to accumulate all the points. There's still more days to go, so make sure you subscribe and put on that notification bell in order to keep up to speed on when the live stream's coming up.
Well, to answer your earlier question, according to the picture that is, Ayo is the analyst of Talon, La Flame. Though sometimes sometimes in this off-season tournament, you just can't believe what you're seeing. Like, okay, they put that picture in, they give a pseudonym, it could be someone else playing, and you wouldn't know as well. So, yeah, well, I'll just take it as face value that this is the analyst actually playing.
It could very well be the case, and at least like the could actually impart whatever wealth of knowledge they do have in order for them to really make better decisions when they do actually play somewhere in the majors. So hopefully, one day we have an official show match that just features whether retired pro players or their coaches, analysts, just to see, how strong they are. Anyways, teams to watch: VOIN Donkey, Talon, Boom, and you name it, we've got it. And just look at how close some of these numbers are.
Yeah, comparing the Indonesian connection, Ayuk, aka La Flame, if that's him, that is, and Zeta. So Zeta, child prodigy of VOIN Donkey, and we can see through his contribution of securing 6 eliminations for the team. But our MVP this time is neither of them. It is Vexy from VOIN Donkey with 6 eliminations and 1,344 damage. Wow.
That's right, and look at the stats. I mean, he's absolutely on fire for the final course of the evening, where I'm hoping to actually see Vexy to be able to turn these kind of results, where usually he'll be on the long lines of engagement, where Zeta is going to be the guy that's going to be up front. So you can see that the output is very much similar on the contribution stage. Same number of elimination points, but damage output, definitely Vexy has been able to really put some big margins out there to the point that he has been able to also overwhelm IO's very own huge takedowns from the course of what we saw earlier in Miramar.
Well, and like what you said, right, this is the most eliminations that we have had so far this season, including yesterday as well. 16 eliminations for VOIN Donkey, bringing them up to 22 points. No chicken dinner, no problem for them. They overtake Talon Esports with 19 points. On the other end, good news for everyone. At least everyone got something out of this round.
Yeah, overall, even the Savior, FaZe Clan, Claw Slayers, despite a little bit of a slow start, you saw the Savior. They were tagged by multiple teams the moment they got themselves in between those highway junctions. And I guess like it was just overbearing for them. While this has been 2 airdrops to be looted, that's where we actually get one of the players to be using that links and has been able to put some really huge damage out there. So that's it. 67 knockouts, a lot higher than usual. Of course, long range taps means more revives going through, and elimination points which has been devoured by the blue zone is relatively standard. But Doc is also showing that, hey, you want to play long distance? I can go all the way with you with 349 meters of coverage.
Yeah, I miss seeing Doc here coming in as like top fraggers or something like that. Need him up on the board. But we also need Sky from HORAA Esports here as our MVP for today. 22 eliminations so far collected and 3,754 damage. And of course, he was part of the lineup of HORAA Esports that scored the chicken dinner today as well. So, Sky, welcome back to that number 1.
Yeah, welcome him back with open arms as he's not only the bronze, but the brains behind all these magnificent plays coming in from his entire squad. So, tomorrow, I'm definitely hoping for a whole lot more great runs coming in from HORAA Esports, especially with his impeccable skills in order to really rack up those high elimination points.
And besides Sky, we also got to give it to Luke. I mean, 2 chicken dinners today for CelcomDigi Alliance. Somebody has to be up here, right? And it is Luke, followed by Lapa from RRQ. And then it's Razak from VOIN Donkey. And then we have Jimmy OP, aka Kasim, at number 5. So, too bad for Killer YT. He's no longer in the top 5. But it's not over yet. He can still try to climb back up tomorrow onwards.
True enough, if it's not tomorrow, there is still the day after, all the way up till Sunday run, I do believe. So make sure you guys tune in every step of the way because we offer you all these exciting action absolutely for free. All you really got to do, hit that subscribe button and we're good to go. Take a look at the overall fragments again. I think Luke has been able to climb up the charts, but man, Sky, he's just built different. And look at Lapar. What's also interesting about this stat is that he's kind of really churning some of all these results with lesser amount of elimination points for sure. But that's kind of the same way how RQ has been able to eventually come up ahead of HORAA Esports in one of those rounds. And same say about CelcomDigi Alliance.
Hey, and we have to also welcome Sleepy here. Since we're only zooming into like eliminations, right? So Sleepy is part of the number 5. So that might also mean that Sleepy in the overall MVP is not too far away as well. So who knows? Tomorrow we might get to see Sleepy up here. I remember that one round in Erangel that Sleepy scored like what 8 or 9 eliminations by himself. So he definitely be up there.
Yeah, especially the one inside of Sanaska military base. He really, really carried it through. And wow, VOIN Donkey surges all the way to the top spot, now overtaking HORAA Esports by 1 point. Initially, we thought it was just a race between CV Alliance as well as HORAA Esports being so neck and neck. Now you got a 3-way horse running through the top podium. So that being said, we also do have those in the mid-60s with MVKE, RQ, Vampire Esports. Vampire did very well, moving up the charts.
Yeah, and on page number 2, we also have to welcome back DRS to page number 2. So currently at number 14. Before this round, they were at page 3. So at least there's something here for DRS to end the day here. ASI8, no change for them. C1, 39 points. So that's something that we need to look at, like what's going to be the next team, the number 17 team onwards, and their points. I also want to point out that REINCE Esports is now at second page, and they are only 11 points away from ASI8. So, REINCE, we'll see what happens tomorrow.
Yep, and it seems like the cutoff point right at this moment is going to be that 38-point round. And you could definitely tell that Alter Ego, they're already moving into those kind of fine line margin. GLUBLUG Esports stagnated for a little bit. FaZe Clan had late activations throughout. Are they to run? But activation nonetheless. So looking into the amount of frags for the bottom three, they gotta really sharpen some of their aim works if that's going to be the case. So that is the conclusion of all the action that we have here for day 2. And if you guys definitely enjoyed this, make sure once again follow Ruthless Esports on all the social media platform. If you guys are watching through YouTube, you know what to do. Subscribe, drop a like, comment, make some friends here, and have a good time.
Yes, and we will be ending the show here, ladies and gentlemen. But tomorrow we'll be back, same time, same channel. My name is CelcomDigi, together with Contra. We'll be seeing you again for day number 3. Bye-bye.